of those three, had the most steady incline throughout the season. Whereas Moody came on strong at the end for sure.
Well, and in both of their defenses, I think their improvements largely coincided with them getting consistent playing time.
Sure.
Which was the thing that was difficult to come by.
But now's not the time to be just handing out minutes for the sake of doing so. And I'm not saying he can't help you. And we'll talk to Tom about this when he joins us at 2:15, because I was asking him this yesterday about sort of that confounding Kuminga situation where he hasn't played. He's not helping him in the postseason, at least to this point. You won the last series. It's tough to argue it when you advance and things are working. Right. That was a storyline coming in, and he was kind of miffed. There was a sort of rumblings. Then you win the way you did yesterday. It's like
it's tough.
It's tough, man. You're getting it done at the top. And now I think this is a positive because you didn't have to show your hand really in terms of I don't know if and we were talking about this before the show. I don't know if Kevon Looney played the 12 minutes he played because he was sick and because he was incapable of playing more, because they didn't need him to based on the score, or because maybe that was by design last night, that they were going to go a little bit smaller, and JaMychal Green played well. And so
that's an understatement.
So this is what I think happens with veterans that are in this role in the postseason is guys get tabbed, and if you rise to that occasion and to that level, they will keep going back to that well. Young guys have to prove that they can help you, they can stay on the floor, they can do enough that another guy's not going to give you. And what I asked Tom about yesterday is this is a high-intelligence series. Does a young player with his processing, sometimes as slow as it is, end up maybe even a step further back in a series like this where you're playing the same team over and over and over? They will adjust to you much faster than you to them. So I don't know what the answer is, or maybe Steve's like...
Well, I think you kind of... I think that's the heart of the matter, right? Clearly, Steve Kerr is worried about Jonathan Kuminga's, for lack of a better word, decision-making.
He would know, by the way. You know?
Yeah, and it's hard.
I think, yeah.
Look, it's hard not to trust Steve Kerr. I love Steve Kerr. I think he's a great coach. The other side of that coin, right, is they need Moody right now. I mean, that's the reason Moody's out there. He played basically Gary Payton's minutes yesterday because they know they can't have Payton out there as another non-shooter. Right. They cannot beat the Lakers with two non-shooters on the floor. So they've needed to play Moses Moody after he basically didn't play the entire regular season. And I guess my argument would be you had something like 20 minutes a game to play with. You gave him to Anthony Lamb, who you clearly don't believe is capable of being a playoff player. Yeah, maybe Moody and Kuminga make some more mistakes during the regular season if they're playing instead of Lamb. I don't know that I believe that, but sure, I'll take your word for it.
I just kind of look at it like those guys are like the long relievers in a season. You need those innings eaten somewhere.
That's right.
You got to eat those minutes, you know?
You need to eat the minutes somehow. I would argue Kuminga and Moody are just as good, if not better, than Lamb in the first place. But even if they aren't,
to me,
now is when you would have liked to have some of that. Because like you just said, maybe Jonathan Kuminga is making 5% better decisions now if he played 20 minutes a game all year long. I don't know. And maybe also I'm overthinking it because the Warriors are probably not too upset about the position they're in right now.
And who's to say it's just a matchup thing, right? We talked about igniting yesterday, and I think Wiggins did that. I think JaMychal Green did that. Aggressiveness, and also Anthony Davis. I mean, I told you before the show, I caught a little bit of Stephen A. Smith. It was hilarious. He was just cutting a promo on AD, just ripping him, saying that if he had another game like this, Laker fans need to be out there, like, not letting him walk down the street without hearing about it. He was like calling for harassing him when you see him walking down the street. And I was like, they're 1-1 going home, man. They're 1-1. So bad. And by the way, the Warriors didn't play all that bad in game one. You know, you lost a close game and you had an opportunity to tie it in the final 10 seconds. So
right.
You blow this one out. I think you feel good about where you are. And who's to say it's not just a matchup thing where maybe we see Kuminga later. Maybe you do need him in another series. Maybe you need him later in this one.
Well, and it may be at some point the thing that you might need from him that no one else gives you is that athleticism. At some point they may need that boost, and he may come in handy, no doubt. But he's got a board, you know. He's got to be aggressive, and he brain farts at times where he gets sort of caught standing out there. That's it. Yeah. That's the game you played when you decided to put a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds.
You still
on
have
the
the gripe?
Yeah,
Did we talk you off?
No, I did.
26-point win in the convo didn't get you back.
I think I will go to my grave never quite understanding the way Steve Kerr managed minutes over the course of the 2022-23 regular season. But you know what? I think I can live with that.
Tom Tolbert's going to join us on the other side to talk about this game from last night. We got Game 3 tomorrow. See if the Warriors can take a lead. It is tough for the Warriors historically to go down to L.A. and win in that building and specifically against the Lakers. So we'll talk to Tom about that on the other side, and we'll talk to Tom about how upset Kolsky is that the Warriors won by double digits.
Furious.
But Kuminga didn't get his piece, man. Kuminga didn't get his share.
Just garbage time. What's up with that, man?
Adam Copeland, Matt Kolsky, Tom Tolbert joins us next on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors dominated Game 2 against the Lakers 127-100 with all 5 starters scoring in double digits. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Warriors, big win over the Lakers last night at Chase Center. Even the series at one game apiece. And a man who was on the call last night and will be tomorrow on his way down to L.A., my partner, Tom Tolbert, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Tom?
What's up, boys?
How we doing, man?
We're good.
As good as your connection right now? We're
heading down to the City of Angels.
Heading down to the City of Angels. You're not no chance to see the Halos, though. No Angels when you're down there. That's
Well, they do play the Rangers at home. I was thinking about trying to get down there tonight, although traffic at that time of day is going to be atrocious. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'll try to get down there Sunday, but who knows? I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Well, let me know if you do. That'd be sweet if you got to the game or a game at the Big A. But big one last night for the Warriors. Nice win, and we talked all day about it yesterday and about the adjustments we thought they'd have to make, and obviously they made them. I don't even know if like we got to see their full hand and what adjustments they would have made, because I can't tell how much Looney would have played. He seemed like he was okay. Moody played real well, I thought. Obviously we got some explosive action from JaMychal Green, from Andrew Wiggins. Steph was great. Klay showed up. And then they got a bad night from Anthony Davis, which the every other game thing still holding true. What was your big takeaway from yesterday? What was the what do you think is the reason they were able to get out so large and hold on to that lead?
Well, a couple of things. One, it may have been accidentally fortuitous that JaMychal Green started, because then they went to the high pick and roll with Draymond and put JaMychal Green in the corner. So you had shooters spaced out all over the court. So that was one thing. Two was Draymond now guarding Anthony Davis, which I think he'll probably do for the better part of the rest of the series, I would think. And three, they didn't foul as much as they did in game one. They lost the free throw battle 17-16, but a lot of those numbers were skewed because points in the paint, I think they actually led in points in the paint. It got close at the end because of garbage time. It was
right.
like 9 minutes of garbage time. So some of those numbers were a little bit skewed, but the three-pointers stayed the same. They cut down on the points in the paint. They cut down on the free throws. So, and here's the thing. Like we were saying yesterday, one game doesn't resemble the next. Just because one game works out one way doesn't mean the next game's going to work out the same way.
Right.
Each game takes on its own separate entity, and it's just totally separate from the game before it. So anybody that expects Game 3 to look like Game 2, it's probably not. Something else will happen. Somebody else will do something that you didn't expect. But really, we talk about adjustments all the time and what the Warriors need to do, what the Lakers need to do. Now it's their turn to kind of make an adjustment. Really what it comes down to a lot of times in the playoffs, who's the most desperate team? Who's the team that really feels like their backs are up against the wall? And they're going to play desperate, they're going to be focused, and they're going to play harder. And that happens all the time in the playoffs. Look what happened to the Celtics and the Sixers. Celtics knew they needed to win that game. They come out and smash them just like the Warriors smashed the Lakers. So all the adjustments are nice. and they definitely help. But the Warriors just played harder last night. They got after it more than the Lakers got after it. Hence, you get the massive blowout that you got.
When it comes to Davis specifically, Tom, I'm with you on everything you just said. It makes perfect sense to me. But there is something with Davis where he just seems engaged on some nights and others utterly not. And look, Draymond's a great defender, but that does not, to me, fully explain a guy that just didn't look super interested in the game to me last night. I'm wondering, in person, do you see the same thing from him, that it just looks like some nights he's excited and others he's simply not?
Look, some things just can't be explained. I think we want explanations for everything, and there just aren't explanations for everything. I still think that he was engaged defensively, but he didn't have the impact defensively that he could have when he just loiters in the paint. Yeah. They brought him out, and he wasn't able to get to a lot of those shots. They were able to get a lot of points in the paint early because he was outside the paint. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know why. He got off to a slower start. I mean, he probably took as many shots as he did in the first 5 or 6 minutes in Game 1 as he did Game 2. Yeah. He just missed these ones. And they weren't particularly tough shots. He just missed those shots. And sometimes you're going to miss them. Sometimes you're going to make them. And maybe when he gets off to a slow start, they kind of go away from a little bit and start doing some other things. I mean, that being said, LeBron was fantastic in the first half, where he didn't do a whole lot in the first half of Game 1. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there is an explanation for that. But if there is, I don't know it. And regardless of what it is, I would expect the Lakers to feed him the ball and him to have a really good game in Game 3 if his every other game holds.
When it comes to the defensive part, like you said, they put extra shooters to draw him out of the lane, which opens up the lane for other people. If you're the Lakers, what is the counter to that? Is there one?
Well, I think look, they weren't very good defensively last night anyway. But if you're going to guard Anthony Davis with Draymond, that means when Looney's in there, he's going to be guarding Vanderbilt, which the Lakers or the Warriors are totally fine with, because they're just going to sit in the paint. And if Vanderbilt wants to shoot a few threes, they're going to let him shoot a few threes. He's capable of hitting a couple, but it's better him shooting threes than LeBron doing his stuff, Davis doing his stuff, Russell doing his stuff. So for me, the counter is going with Schroeder sometimes instead of Russell, because you're better defensively, and then playing Hachimura some more minutes instead of Vanderbilt. You're not going to be as good defensively on Steph because Schroeder's going to guard him instead of Vanderbilt. But if they're going to guard Anthony Davis with Draymond, they're going to have to guard Hachimura. You can't just leave Hachimura out there the way he's shooting right now. You can't just leave him out there beyond the arc and say, go ahead, we dare you. The other, he hit his first 4 threes last night. So for my money, that's something that I would seriously consider if I were the Lakers, going a little bit better defensively at the point. You're going to sacrifice some offense for sure, but you're going to make up some of that offense with Hachimura playing some more minutes instead of Vanderbilt.
Another minute here with Tom Tolbert. Game 3 tomorrow at 5:30 on ABC. As weird as it was, the discrepancy in free throw attempts in Game 1, was it just as weird that they were virtually tied in Game 2?
It never really hit me, but yeah, I mean, the Lakers didn't shoot the first free throw until well into the game.
Yeah.
So when you look at the season stats, how good the Lakers have been on the free throw line and how bad the Warriors have been, yeah, that did surprise me a little bit. But I would expect it to be somewhere in the middle of what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, where the Lakers have an advantage on free throws, but not an enormous advantage. I don't expect it to be as close as maybe it was last game. Again, things tend to even themselves out, and I knew we wouldn't see the massive discrepancies we saw in Game 1. There were 3 of them. The Warriors crushed them from the 3. They didn't do that in Game 1, They didn't do that in Game 2, not nearly as much. And then they closed the gap in points in the paint and closed the gap in free throws. I expect the Lakers to be better than that in Game 3. I'm getting on my game. I mean, overall in the series, Lakers will win points in the paint and free throws. Again, it's that you gotta have 15, 16 more 3-pointers to stay in the game.
On the way out, Tom, do you have a pick in the Kentucky Derby?
You know, I'm going to get into that tonight. I haven't really looked at it too much. It didn't look like there's a whole lot of speed in the race. I got to try to figure out who's going to be the speed, how fast the pace is going to be, and there's going to be all kinds of closers. But Kentucky Derby's weird. It's all about starting position, and with a 20-horse, I mean, it looks like Braveheart out there. There's just like horses everywhere. And if you get off to a bad start, it's tough. I mean, very few horses can do what Ferdinand did that one year, where he just was like weaving in and out of traffic and, finally winning the race. But I try to stay away from favorites, I will say that. I usually pick something in 10 to 20 to 1 and just hopefully get a good start. And you don't want you don't want a horse to go 8 wide the whole race, because then you're just using up more of the horse throughout the race. So I'll probably get into it. I'll probably try to find a form tonight, dig into it a little bit, and I will have a bet on it tomorrow at some point.
Well, I asked Harmony who she was going to pick. I said, are you going to pick Tappet Trice? She says, I do love Tappet Trice, but I'm going to go with Mind Your Biscuits, is what she said. I don't think Tappet Trice.
I bet you like horses, too.
Yeah, I don't think she was talking about biscuits, horses, or it was nothing to do with a sport there when we were talking. She had the weekend off, I think, to go to the Kentucky Derby. Tom,
you can tap me anytime, Adam.
No, stop it. Okay, all right, that's enough, Harmony. Tom, I hope you make it down for the Angels tonight. Hopefully, you get through some traffic and get to see a ball game, and enjoy the game tomorrow, man. We'll see you Monday.
All right, boys. Talk to you.
See, good stuff from Tommy on his way to the airport. I don't think Kolsky knows about Harmony.
I'm learning about Harmony. I just learned something.
She's kind of like the Shermanator. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent back in time to change the future for one lucky lady, but she doesn't. She comes back in time to just give us betting lines, usually with innuendo. Harmony's hardwood picks frequently around
Grab
us.
me in the biscuit, Matt.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. Keep Matt's name out of your mouth. He's only here for the day. Don't make him uncomfortable.
I mean, I know where you've been at this point.
Well, with Lund for sure, but we don't need an HR case, Harmony. On the other side, if you missed any of that, Tom's breakdown of the game last night, it's available on the all-new KNBR app or on KNBR.com. On the other side, Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area is going to join us to talk a little bit about this one. We'll get into some of the numbers with this, too. It's tough for me to tell when you've got a big differential like this and they pull starters early when both teams do. I mean, the Warriors had a 43-point third quarter after a 41-point second quarter. Some of the numbers aren't indicative of exactly what happened, the total numbers, but they were out of hand one way or the other for the Warriors by the end of this game. Lakers averaged 26 attempts from the free throw line in the regular season, at 9 fewer than that last night. Warriors just about matched them after being way blown out in Game 1. Tolbert and Cope is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Warriors looking to take a 2-1 lead tomorrow night on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Nationals on Wednesday, May 10th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I gotta tell you, man, different vibe around the Warriors waking up today. That after game one, losing to the Lakers stings to lose to a team from LA and to the Lakers specifically, but a 27-point blowout last night to even the series as they head down to LA for game 3 tomorrow. Here to talk about it, courtesy of the UMA guest line, it's Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton, I heard you with Murph and Mac the other day. Good stuff, man, on your coverage of game 1. Looking forward to talking to you about game 2. How was it last night, man?
Oh, it was great. I mean, a really good atmosphere at Chase Center. I mean, I think everyone knew that the Warriors had to get this win. You couldn't go down 0-2 going back to LA. That would have been a pretty tough task. I know that they got over it against the Kings, but just a completely different team, a different beast with LeBron James, Anthony Davis. So felt like a must-win, and the Warriors went out and they played like it was a must-win as well.
Did you notice, and Kolsky and I were just talking about this, like, was it it's tough to tell for me. One, in blowouts, it's hard to tell by the time the game ends which totals and numbers are real and what wasn't, because, you know, by the time it gets to the middle of the third quarter and they're putting up 43 again, things are getting out of hand, and the Lakers pulled the ripcord pretty early into the fourth, and both teams empty the bench a little bit. But strategically, it's tough to tell because Kevon Looney, we heard that he was under the weather. Then he played well, only 12 minutes. Do you think he would have played a whole lot more? Was that by design, or was he as sick as maybe they were letting on initially, and this was just sort of to help him out? What was different, I guess, strategically for them yesterday?
Yeah, I think Kevon Looney was kind of going to give Steve Kerr a tough conundrum no matter what, because how do you take someone off the court who has 23 rebounds, does what he does day in and day out? But at the same time, in game 1, they saw that going small against a much bigger Lakers team with interior defense really helped that offense, right? So I think JaMychal Green was going to continue to get a bigger role no matter what. He proved himself in game 1, and just a heck of a game 2 for him. Really stepped up, obviously. I mean, only started one game the entire season, and for him to find out 2 hours before the game time that he's getting a start, him to go out and provide the minutes that he gave the Warriors, that was, again, a big-time hats off to JaMychal Green right there.
I'm with you there on finding out 2 hours before because, again, he's a vet. It's great to be able to go to that well and have him rise to that occasion. I always laugh though, and we're like, he only found out 2 hours before. What is an appropriate amount of time to find out? Because, like, in baseball, guys find out, like, minutes before. Like, think about Justin Herbert. Like, who was it? Tyrod Taylor
got his lung punctured.
And they're like, you're starting, kid. Go warm up. You're going in.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe with the playoffs, it's a little bit extra adrenaline, something,
sure.
Right? I mean, what else can you do? It's kind of, you got to answer the call, right? Yeah. Obviously, and it's obviously now or never. But this is why veterans are still so important. This is why JaMychal Green is still so important. The guy was a DNP in 4 of the 7 games last series, and he does that, goes out and gets 15 points in 13 minutes, completely stretches out that Lakers defense. That's huge, right? And so that's someone who has been there before. He's played in the playoffs before. The Warriors have played against JaMychal Green in the playoffs before. They've had so much success with these guys who have had to grind it out before, whether it's G League guys, undrafted guys, and JaMychal Green is just kind of the latest version of that. So I really think it kind of went to show the value of those type of players still bring to you, especially in the playoffs.
So putting aside for now whether it was sickness that caused this or a strategy change that was going to happen anyway, do you think it's fair for the rest of the series to just expect JaMychal Green to be starting and more generally for the Warriors to make it a point? Because Gary Payton didn't play at all either. And to me, the message that was sent was we're not going to have more than one non-shooter on the floor at any given time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that exactly was the point right there as far as with the GP2 and everything as well. So as far as the starting lineup goes, it's tough because, again, Steve Kerr obviously trusts Kevon Looney so much, but that's part of why I think that maybe he does continue going with JaMychal Green because he knows that Kevon Looney always kind of answers any role he's given. He's come off the bench before, and he's provided huge minutes. He's been able to still give 15, 20 rebounds off the bench in the past before. So I especially thought it was huge having Draymond Green on Anthony Davis from the get-go. Because in that game 1, Anthony Davis was just such in a rhythm early on, right? He got 23 of his 30 points in the first half, but 14 in the first quarter. And he just never got in a rhythm in game 2 at all. And Draymond was under his skin. I remember his one steal that he had the entire game was on Anthony Davis, just trying to back him down and show he's the bigger guy. But Draymond, he showed again, it doesn't matter if he's a bigger guy. He's he's the smarter guy in most of the circumstances, and Draymond came to play last night.
Talking to Dalton Johnson, he's a voice you hear on the Yuma guest line, NBC Sports Bay Area. In terms of the Warriors being able to sort of, I guess it's great when you have a blowout like that. They didn't have to show their hand in terms of what is the strategy at the end of a game with a big lineup or a small lineup. Given the situation we saw in Game 1, what we saw from them in Game 7, how they performed against Sacramento, and how they played last night, last 3 games, the body of work looks, in general, pretty darn good. Even after Game 1, you lose that one, you feel good. All things considered about how many free throws they shot, how many threes you attempted, and where they dominated points in the paint. Does it feel like they're rounding into form? I mean, looking at the body of work and not just that we get so into game by game by game. It's kind of NFL style when you get to the NBA playoffs with how you overreact to every little situation in each storyline. But does it feel like they're kind of playing? It felt to me last night was maybe their best game of the year.
Yeah, I really agree because, I mean, I think you look at it a few different ways where everything that went wrong in Game 1 just kind of flipped in their favor in Game 2 where, look, they still made all those 3-pointers. They limited the turnovers again. You know, this time they neutralized Anthony Davis. They actually got the points in the paint. In Game 1, they had 28 points in the paint. In the first half, they had 30, right? So they're more aggressors, more of the force, was still being able to play their game from deep. So it kind of just shows that they can win in different ways. And another example there, you know, their previous win, they needed 50 points from Steph Curry.
Right.
He knew going into that Game 7, I have to be the guy. If it takes 38 shots, it's going to take 38 shots. But then the way he felt out the defense right away in a hurry to get guys like Klay Thompson in such a great rhythm, where the Lakers were saying, we're going to send 2 or 3 guys at Steph Curry. For him to only have 12 shots the entire game and the Warriors win by 27 points, what does that go to tell you? That they can win a game where it's kind of that old school strength and numbers type of win in the playoffs with the Warriors, where they had 6 guys scoring double figures, the entire starting 5 plus Moses Moody. So to be able to show you can win in both ways, I think, is just really important for this team and kind of shows that you need that versatility in the playoffs, obviously, right?
I think it's a very short list of games where Steph Curry has more assists than shot attempts or an equal number of assists to shot attempts. It's a pretty incredible thing in a playoff game.
It's not as fun to watch, I'll tell you that. I mean, I'll take the win, but I like when Steph shoots a lot, you know?
Sure.
That's
I
more
will
fun when
say,
he
though,
scores
like,
50, yeah.
There is something special about watching him do that right after scoring 50.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right.
it's sort of like saying if I wanted to be Chris Paul, I could do that too. On the other end, you said now I'm blanking on the word you used. They're not stopped, but like bottled Anthony Davis. How much, if you had to put a percentage on it, how much did they slow Anthony Davis down, and how much did Anthony Davis just decide to slow down? I can't quite figure it out, but he looks like a totally different guy on a night like last night versus Game 1. He just doesn't seem aggressive at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that 44 minutes or 43 minutes was going to be sustainable by any means going forward from Anthony Davis, right? I think that the Lakers really felt like they needed to go out and try to steal Game 1, give everything they had, and even if that meant exhausting a LeBron or exhausting an Anthony Davis. And you just look at his first half numbers compared to his second half numbers, where he was only 2 of 9 in the second half in that Game 1 after scoring 23 points in the first half. I mean, that Anthony Davis is the one that showed up in Game 2 as far as looking with tired legs. But I just thought that the way Draymond Green didn't give him anything easy. You know, he actually wanted to go chest to chest with him. He's frustrated with him. He was super handsy with him. Things like that, right? Where I just think that if you can get him out of his comfort zone early, that's just going to do so much for the Warriors defense going forward. But really, just that Game 1 definitely exhausted Anthony Davis. I think it was pretty clear to see.
LeBron gets that look on his face where he's like, dude, if you're going to do this, tell me early. So I know.
So I don't waste my energy.
So that I can do things differently myself. That's what's also interesting about this. I said the Warriors didn't have to show their hand, like as far as strategy, maybe at the end of a game, because you didn't get into a tight spot. It's like getting to save your closer, right? You didn't have to show him in the first couple of games of the series, maybe, before you make an adjustment. But I also look at the Lakers and go, okay, they had the rest coming into Game 1. Warriors had a quick turnaround after an emotional 7-game series. Now their starters, I mean, AD plays 33 minutes. It's kind of nice to play 33 and come home 1-1 after playing over 40 in Game 1. LeBron and everybody else goes under 30. Warriors still played more minutes in general as their starters. How do you think that plays out throughout the course of the series? It's a positive that Steph got to sit down and Klay and Draymond, that those guys get a rest. But I was almost thinking if it's close like it was Game 1, you've got to play these guys more minutes, kind of like they did with AD and LeBron.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think both teams should be pretty well rested now, and I just think that the fact that the Warriors were able to get such good rhythm from multiple players in that game, that could be something that could really kind of carry over into Game 3 in my eyes, because we know that Steph Curry, as we've already said today, he's not usually going to only take 12 shots. He can pull out of his pocket 30 points, 40 points if he really needs to. But for a Moses Moody to see a few shots go down, Dante DiVincenzo to see a few shots go down, that could be big too, right? He kind of looked like a different player as well last night. Obviously, JaMychal Green, we've already talked about that. So I think that I really like having the complete team win going on into the road, because it's such a different atmosphere in LA, the playoffs on the road. So that, I think, is something that could possibly carry over into Game 3 and be in the Warriors' favor.
The stats weren't bad. Necessarily. I mean, he barely ended up playing, in part because of the blowout. But Jordan Poole hasn't really looked right since the playoffs started. How worried do we need to be about this guy? Because he was a big part of why the Warriors won a title last year, and he does not look like he can be that guy right now.
Yeah, I think the Game 1 against the Lakers in that loss just needs to be the blueprint for Jordan Poole. It was high efficiency, low volume. That's really kind of who Jordan Poole was in the playoffs for the most part, where he averaged 17 points on only 11.5 shots per game in the playoffs. Like, they'll take that any day, right? They don't need him trying to hoist up anything out of control or ridiculous. They need him to be in control in the flow of the offense. But it's just the fact that it just hasn't been consistent. That's the problem right now, where if he's going, okay, like you need to give him a long leash, because we know he can have a quarter where he scores 13, 14, 15, et cetera points. But if he's off for a 2, 3, 4 minute stretch, you got to be able to have a quick leash on him as well. But I just think that that's the tough spot that Steve Kerr's in right now, because he is just such an enigma on the court, and he's such a spark and a high-low kind of guy, because you never fully know what you're going to get. But the Game 1, that low-volume, high-efficiency player, that's the blueprint, I think, for Jordan Poole.
Another minute or two here with Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. We know that we're not going to get the same AD that we saw in Game 1 every game. He's capable of it, but it's just not the way he's put games together throughout his career. We're going to see sort of the back and forth like we saw last night. In terms of what the Warriors need to do, what's something maybe even you saw last night or in Game 1 into last night that you think needs to be better? What do they have to do to make sure AD doesn't do what he did in Game 1? Or is there something that you think could be an Achilles heel heading down to L.A.?
Yeah, I just think that continuing with that force early with Draymond Green on him as far as it goes with Anthony Davis. And I think really the difference we talked about, it wasn't just Steph Curry as far as with his 12 assists. The ball movement was completely different. With 38 assists for the Warriors, I mean, there was a time, I think in the first half in Game 1, where they had 8 assists total. Like, they just didn't have flow at all going on in that Game 1. So when everyone's filling the ball like that, I think good things usually happen for the Warriors offense. But again, be aggressive, strike first. You know, that was just kind of the buzzwords going into Game 2 for the Warriors, was force and aggressors. And I think that they can see now, hey, we know we can stretch out this Lakers defense. We're going to make shots. But if we can make them feel us at the same time and feel a little more challenged, it's all the better for this Warriors team, because like we've already talked about, I think that might have been their best one of the season. Something, and a lot of that stuff seems like it can move on to LA with them as well.
Dalton, we really appreciate the time today, man. Keep up the great coverage. It's been fun following you throughout the season, and your insight and your information has been great. We'll make sure we keep reading you, and we'll catch up with you later in the playoffs, man. Thanks so much.
Always fun. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff from Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. I should remind you that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. I got to tell you, I think today for me is I'd have to pick a date. We could go like December 1, maybe Christmas. We could go. That's always, everybody who's anybody knows the NBA starts Christmas Day, right? I mean, wake me up when that starts. And for a lot of us, it didn't start till after the Super Bowl anyway. But for purposes of this statement, I think this is the most confident I've felt about a championship for the Warriors since Christmas Day.
Interesting.
After the last, like I said, the body of work over the last 3 games, how the resilience they showed against Sacramento, I honestly didn't know if this team had it in them. We were saying all year, everything we believe about their ability to flip the switch and turn it on from a 6 seed. By the way, getting a home series, you get home court in
okay, but let me ask you something.
As a 6.
Going into Game 6 of the Sacramento series, who did you pick to win?
I had money on Sacramento.
Really?
Yeah, that's
You
not
did?
outright, yeah.
Okay. And who did you think was going to win Game 7?
I thought the Warriors would win Game 7.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I might have bet them, too. I can't remember.
right. I mean, I hadn't thought about it that way, and I think you're probably right. I mean, I think there is as good reason to be that confident now as there has been certainly since before Wiggins
Because we've seen it now.
went out.
Because before it was all based on the past. This season
Right.
was the season. This was the team, right? So my question is to the listeners, and we'll take calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call, or you can shoot us a text. Does last night's win, and over these last 3 games, is this maybe the most confident you've been? I don't want to say this year, because at the start of the season, I was pretty confident they
Right.
were. After last year and the depth we thought they had that ended up not being all that great, and then the way the roster has played out, not having Wiggins from basically the All-Star game until Game 1. Not basically,
See, that
that's
was the
what
thing.
it was.
The Wiggins unknown kept us in that weird unknown territory for so long. I think we could certainly say since Wiggins left,
Yeah.
this is as confident as I've been,
They
probably.
They win one of these 2 in LA. I'm pretty. How
Feeling like a title. Although
about this? I'm pretty rock hard about it. You know what I mean? I'm like I'm all in on it. Then you know what I mean? I think that's I'm boning up on my Dubs if they win one in LA.
That sounds pretty good.
Derek's not having it. Derek's
like
like
we
that
need to-
didn't. Derek's like that didn't do it for you.
I feel like we
He
got to
said
bring your
that's-
lady friend back into this conversation.
He said that's not a Giants Mets game on a Wednesday night.
Harmony? Is that her
Derek.
name?
Harmony. Yeah.
Harmony?
Yeah. She's I think she's a cyborg too. I don't know if we'd say even. We say whatever. I don't want to identify what Harmony is. She can do that herself. As far as the Warriors go, after last night's 27-point win, I mean, Game 1 was pretty damn close, and the Lakers played their A game, I thought, and barely came away with a win, which is what you got to do on the road. You've got to keep it going in LA. But this morning, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo 2023, is as confident as I've been in the Warriors to win a title this year since December 25th, I think, of last year, because things sort of went haywire. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Thoughts on last night's game? How many more games do you think this series goes? Could the Warriors get hot? Do you need to see more in LA to make you confident that they can win a championship? We'll get to your calls on the other side. 808 KNBR, Tolbert and Copes, Matt Kolsky hanging out on the Sports Leader.
Rock hard. Oh hey boys.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Tim Legler joined Papa and Lund today and broke down Game 2 of the Warriors' evisceration of the Lakers. What are you trying to get me to say, Derek? Huh? Thought I didn't know that word? I know it. I know eviscerated. It's what the Warriors did to the Lakers. Check it out. That podcast is more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Things are coming up dubs, huh? Things are really coming up dubs lately. At least yesterday they did 127-100, even the series against the Lakers. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Reactions to last night's game. People waking up feeling different today, not just because of the win, but because of this right here.
Yes.
A little tequila.
It's a Tequila Friday.
And for you, you should know. I think Paulie Mack has a spoof song on this.
Hold on. I've got his soundboard right in front of me.
Careful. I ain't careful. Careful there.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, you could.
My God.
That might be the last time we see you sitting in that seat. If,
I'm extremely tempted to press something here.
That's a lot of
Kaminga. I believe that's the song for Paulie Mack. Kaminga,
Oh, really?
yes.
I don't think I've heard that one,
Kaminga.
but I get it. It fits.
Lyrically, it's good. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Lyrically, it's deep. It's got some depth to it. Warriors win last night, as I said. Feeling pretty good about going down to L.A. Again, you're looking for exactly what the Lakers got, right? You just want to split. What's so funny is Tom said that yesterday going into the game. The Lakers, after they win game one, they go, well, we keep pedal to the metal. And you said something interesting there as I was telling you about Stephen A. Smith and ripping on AD. He said there's only two reasons that AD would not play well or score the way that he did last night. He's either hurt or he's disinterested. And then he went on this rant about Laker fans need to get on him and make sure he knows that he better not do this again. Or
I don't know that I've heard a better Stephen A. impression than yours, to be honest.
Really? That's the first time I think I've ever done it here, on the air. I'm so damn disgusted. The funniest thing, too, is in this rant, he dropped period 4 times. And I'm like, is he just telling us it's the end of his sentence? Because usually when people say something, period. That's it. It's
That's the
point
end.
blank, done. Yeah, Derek says you're not good. He says Jay Farrow's better.
Okay. All right. Well, Jay Farrow is a professional.
Kolsky throws me a compliment, and Derek's like, yeah, well, you're not. I mean, there's other better ones.
Derek.
Let's go out to Scarecrow. Scarecrow wants to talk a little Warriors and Lakers from last night. As I said, I am as confident today as I have been any day of this year, maybe sans the first month of the season when we thought they were going to be off and running. I feel
But
right
it was
now,
weird fast.
It got weird fast.
Yeah.
And then you're missing Andrew Wiggins. I needed to see something in the first round. I think we've seen enough in the first 2 games. I'd like to see him perform on the road again. Scarecrow, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Yeah, I think, quite frankly, it depends on Draymond. I believe he's had his little come-to-Jesus moment. And the Warriors used to be good enough where they could be a little sloppy around the edges and still win. The league has gotten better. They've gotten a little bit older. They've got to play serious basketball. They can't just be stomping on somebody's chest, even though he righteously deserved it. And I think if they can keep Draymond pointed in the right direction, that's going to keep everybody else pointed in the right direction. And, yeah, they could actually pull this off.
I'm with you. By the way, I got to give you props on the line. Scarecrow righteously deserves it. Is a pretty damn good line on the Sabonis situation. Let me ask you this then, because Draymond went to the bench, right? And that's kind of, you said something I think pretty accurate there, is that he got his head on straight. Not that it wasn't, but we all see him get unraveled at times, even if they know that that's good for him eventually. We all roll our eyes, right? I mean, we all look at that and go, come on, man, get it together. We need you. He did since then, and he has been pretty damn good since then. Do you think they stick with this lineup that they went with yesterday? Does Looney coming off the bench work better, you think? Did you like that?
I like that a lot more. Understand, Draymond's got a big load. Some of that is self-imposed by him. They're going to be looking to pick on him because it's the one spot that you can get the most damage to the Warriors if you can get him unfocused. And if I were going after the Warriors and I was going to try and beat them, I would be doing every little cheap shot piece of nonsense that I could come up with in hopes of getting his goat.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. Thanks so much, man. We got to run. You know what's funny is I disagree with that completely. One, he's not the guy you go at defensively. Now, he's not talking like go at him in the game. He's talking trash talk, annoying, needle, nick, pick. Like, there's guys who can do that. And I think you can get Draymond. Guys bait him all the time. I think Sabonis baited him. Because right after it happened, then all we heard about was, what about X, Y, and Z that Sabonis did first? Dude, it doesn't matter. He caught you.
That's right.
It doesn't matter if your little brother hits you 5 different times and then you swing and you hit him, he cries, and your mom sees you. Who's going down? He better be.
I got to say, though, I think, and I mean this with love, because I do love Draymond Green. He is I've been a Draymond fan since his freshman year at Michigan State. I think we need to give up on the idea of a come-to-Jesus moment that locks Draymond in forever and he never again does something that makes us roll our eyes. Mm-hmm. Because that moment happened in 2016, and it didn't take.
It still happened. Dude, okay, so he gets...
This is part of the experience. He is going to lose it sometimes, and there's never going to be a time where he has the one final bad experience that changes him forever.
No.
That's not who he is, and frankly, you wouldn't want him to be.
This isn't a rock bottom thing. This isn't like you got to get right, get your head. No, dude, no. He unravels, and then the re-ravel is like it's double tight. It's like it's what sort of boosts. I mean, dude, he came off the bench. Where did he score 20-something points?
And remember, after he was suspended in the finals,
like Jameson when he comes back,
he put together one of the best Game 7s that they lost in the history of Game 7s. He was unbelievable. So this is what you get. Sometimes he's going to do something that hurts the team, and he's going to do everything he can to make up for it, and you hope he can. But that's just who Draymond is. So I do not necessarily agree that the Sabonis-related suspension was the last time we'll see Draymond do something that hurts the team. It's just, you bake it in.
Did you know how I know? It's because when it happened, and I said this to Tom on the air, I said, so this is his first suspension or ejection, I guess. I guess it was a suspension. First suspension since it had been about 3 weeks before the Sabonis moment.
Yeah.
And I said that suspension was for getting his 16th tee on the season.
Correct.
And I said, well, Tom, do you remember what he got the 16th tee for? Do you remember?
No.
He threw a ball off of Russell Westbrook's head.
There you go.
And I was like, dude, this was 3 weeks ago, and we've all already forgotten about it because we're like, Draymond.
And by the way, on the podcast the day before that, he was like, well, I do have 15 techs now, so I've got to be real careful. But he wasn't because he's Draymond.
Bro, he punched Jordan Poole in the face this year.
That's the thing,
that happened
man.
this season. So
that's the thing.
You can't say the Sabonis thing was the rock bottom moment, dude. Like,
it's just who
the first round game.
It's part of the deal. It's part of the deal, and it's a part of the deal that comes attached to so many of the good things that he does that you're just going to eat it. One thing that I've thought about a lot, though, how does all this stuff that's happening affect his future with the Warriors? I mean, the day he gets suspended, it's like, man, they're in a touch-and-go series with the Kings. He just got thrown out for stomping on a guy's chest. And look, I don't think he should have been suspended. That's a whole separate issue. But, like, it's all the parts of the Draymond Green experience, right? And you wonder, with the new luxury tax penalties and all the stuff the Warriors are dealing with, like, how does what happens in this very playoff run, both from a what does Draymond do perspective and then from a, like, how does it end? Like, if you win a title, you're not going to really be able to say goodbye to Draymond, I don't think. But
you're going to have to pay. Like, that's the thing is not the issue is that there's too many factors at play.
There are a lot of factors.
And I don't even know what the biggest one is. I don't know if it's money. I don't know if it's. I'd have to imagine that, like, that the organization's happiness with Draymond, or, like, can we keep dealing with this? Which, you know, I roll my eyes at that because you're not dealing with it. You're winning championships with it. It's what makes you who you are. And if you don't have that, could you ever have become the team that you became? Could you have ever changed the game the way you changed it if you didn't have that defensive anchor, right? That sort of
not only defensive anchor, but a guy who is so critical to what they do offensively as well.
I mean, none of what he does could have even been measured in the draft.
Yep.
Just why he's a second rounder, right? Basketball IQ sure, you might think a player's smarter. He's smart for his age, and he was a 4-year player in college and came from a great program, but couldn't have projected this or predicted any of this. I guess my thing is Draymond ejections in the playoffs, based on where we are now, what they've done, and the amount of money they made, have to rank pretty low on the list
moving.
of things that would break up this dynasty or break up this trio.
No, you're right, but it is just.
I think more likely Jordan Poole's just gone and he's back. You know what I mean? Like, I think that.
Yeah.
I think the more likely scenario is movement to keep those three together. You know, there's the Bob Myers factor, which then has domino effects. Does that affect anybody else in the organization? Steve Kerr, who becomes the GM? Would it be Mike Dunleavy? I mean,
well, the weird thing about the Bob Myers
is there
stuff
tension? Yeah,
is it's so hard to tell where. I mean, because they've largely been unified, Myers and Kerr, I mean, in all of their public statements, because they seem to be friendly and because everything has gone so well over both of their tenures, the presumption has always been that if Bob Myers is unhappy with something, it's Joe Lacob. And that may very well be right. But I think the reality is we don't really know how all of these relationships are working behind the scenes. And I think we do know, if for no other reason than Draymond says it all the time, how much Bob Myers means to...
Somebody give Bob some credit.
Yeah, to Draymond and also to Steph and Klay. Yeah. Like, Steve is important, but so is Bob. And, man, this is going to be, whatever happens in the playoffs, one heck of a fascinating offseason for this team. Yeah, they have a lot of decisions to make.
And your two timeline thing is gone. You know, so now it's...
I don't know that it is.
Well, you got rid of the centerpiece of that with James Wiseman. James Wiseman was the
focal point. He was only
point.
Ever the philosophical, theoretical centerpiece. In reality...
So who's the timeline now?
Poole, Kuminga, Moody, Baldwin, Rollins. That's a lot of guys.
That's my point is, at the end of this season, you must make a decision on if that continues or not. Because in order to keep Draymond, you're going to have to move other things around. I don't think you can afford it, because that's when Poole's contract jumps up. He goes from like 3 to 30 next year, right? Or something like that?
Yeah. Look, I don't totally understand this new CBA well enough to know exactly what those decisions are.
I don't understand anything about anything in any cap sport at all. Just full disclosure. Like, whenever we're talking cap and like bird rights and like dead cap, and I mean, I
had a really.
It's not why I follow sports. I don't know about you guys. It's not why I got into it.
I had an excellent handle.
I like the touchdowns. You know, the home runs.
Can't wait, Sam Darnold. I did understand that stuff really well on the previous CBA, and now they screwed me all up again. So I can't tell you exactly what the decisions are.
It's kind of the point of CBAs when they draw them up. Like,
it might be. They're trying to screw us.
It's like an infrastructure bill. They're sneaking stuff in.
I don't know that those decisions have to be made this offseason. I mean, some of them will, surely, but I don't know that necessarily.
Well, if Draymond opts out, if they win a title, I think he opts out either way, because why roll the dice if you're Draymond?
Boy, if you hear him talk, I don't think there's any question he's opting out.
That's what I mean.
Things could change, but like in terms of everything he said to this point, as an avid listener of the Draymond Green podcast, he's not shy about saying that he intends to get every penny he can.
This is Draymond Green Industries. This is a business, and that's what I'm saying. I think just because it hasn't happened yet, but we're all pretty certain that's going to happen, because he wants to maximize the number of years in contract. I think he's got, $24 million or something if he opts in for next year, 27.
Which sounds like a lot of money, but he can probably do better than that.
Why would he do 1 year at 27 if he could potentially do 3 years at 50? You know what I mean? Even then, you're getting more money over the course of a contract, and he's picking up whatever he's picking up for the next 3 years. And
I do think he can probably get a better yearly than that for the next 3 years, to be honest. I mean, there's money to spend, and there are teams that could use him. Not every team. He's an interesting player, but there are teams that could use him.
He's a guy that somebody near the end of his career is going to pick him up for a playoff run. Is going to get him because he's a good veteran to have. And you remember those, who was it? It was Leon Poe out of Oakland. Cal.
Great him? Leon Poe.
Didn't he have a couple of huge games in that Celtics championship run?
Yeah, well, Poe, if he hadn't gotten all banged up, he had a chance to be an all-star.
He was kind of that. I mean, he was a smaller power forward.
But he was talented. He was
thick. Yeah.
Yes, and then I think his knees fell apart. But yeah, no, of course, great Leon. But he used to play at the Kezar Pro-Am.
Yeah, that's right. Those were fun, dude. Those were a lot of those were cool events. And then Scalabrini had a big game too. Remember that? Scalabrini snuck one in.
The White Mamba, Red Mamba, whatever Mamba.
I'm staying away from the Mamba on Scalabrine. I don't think he's earned it, but they did call him that, didn't they?
called him that.
They called it the White Mamba or
the Red Mamba. I can't remember which. Either
Red
one
Mamba's
works.
pretty sweet. Red Mamba would be good.
It is pretty sweet.
No.
No.
No, you do. You don't think so, Tim? No.
No.
Yeah. We'll keep taking your calls and texts. 808 KNBR. By the way, we are going to catch up at 3:50 with Jeremy Affeldt. Giants back home today for a 3-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers, and Marcus Thompson going to join us at 4:50 to talk more about the Warriors and the Lakers. Fun game last night. It is an interesting offseason, though, coming up. And you know what? As somebody checks in here on the Cash Creek text line, 808 KNBR 808-5627 says if Draymond stays, it's all about whether or not Curry wants him to stay. It's all up to Curry, says the 314.
Well, if that's true, he's staying.
Which is certainly something that if that is a factor, I don't think Steph Curry is indifferent on anything that happens in the organization.
No.
And I'd imagine the organization would not make any move along these lines without discussing it with Steph, unless Draymond's like, look, man, it's not going to work out.
Right.
Steph.
Well, but I also don't think Steph is the guy who's going to be like, keep Draymond or else. He'll make his opinion heard, and they'll ask him.
Why wouldn't he? We can talk more about this, but why not?
Steph, he's just not that guy. Why doesn't he like do more flopping nonsense to try to draw fouls?
Because he's a winner. He's a winner, though, right?
He is.
So if his demand is like, well, if you're not going to have Draymond here, who are you going to have here that's going to win me a champ? That's going to help me win a championship?
I'm sure he would say something like that.
If you want me here, then what are we doing? Like, if you want to keep me and you want me to be happy and win a championship, I need that guy. And you're going to overpay for him because you're not just paying for him, you're paying for me.
I agree, but think about what
You're
you just
paying
said.
for me.
Think about what you just said. If you want me to be happy, what does unhappy Steph Curry look like, do you think?
Can't wait to find out.
I can't really picture it.
Dude, Steph makes a heel turn. That would be all time, dude. That'd be the biggest flop switch in the history of professional sports.
By the way, while we're doing texts, someone's very angry at me for taking shots at Steve Kerr and Draymond and insinuating Looney wasn't actually sick. I didn't do any of those things, I don't think.
808 KNBR, Steve Kerr must go. Get Budenholzer, says Matt Kolsky. On the other side.
Pomona College graduate, Mike Budenholzer. Thank you very much.
Number one, who cares?
That's exactly right. On the other side, Klay Thompson's performance last night. How about this? We were like yesterday talking about, is he going to step up? Is he going to do something big here? Is Klay going to get it going? He's had some struggles here. Klay Thompson, shortest memory span of any player in the NBA. Did you have a Klay shirt on? I'm Klay.
Damn right.
You got Rocco on the shirt, too.
Yeah, Klay just chilling on a desert
Dude,
island.
he's right. Right now, Kolsky's rocking a shirt. It's Klay sitting in like a wicker chair with a Hawaiian shirt on. He's got a bucket hat. He's holding up the 3. He's got a basketball that's got like, I don't know, looks like it's like a fruit bowl.
It's like one of those
cannabis?
drinks that you get.
Oh, it's a drink. It's a beverage. Okay?
It's like a coconut drink,
And then
except in a basketball.
The palm trees have coconuts, but the coconuts are basketballs.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Klay Thompson's performance last night. Vintage Klay, man. He finally looked like himself. 30 points through 3 quarters. 8 of 11 from 3. The dude is combustible. Klay Thompson helps the Warriors even the series. Adam Copeland, Matt Kolsky hanging out with you on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on the sports leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Klay Thompson, 30 points in 3 quarters last night, 8 of 11 from deep. Go ahead.
Did you say unconscionable? I think he meant unconscious. Like he's unconscious, he's shooting the lights out. Unconscionable means like indefensible morally. That's a weird call.
Forget
Who
it.
was that?
Germans? Forget it. He's rolling. Klay Thompson, 30 points through 3 quarters last night. Hell of a performance. And as I said, we were talking yesterday, like, man, you got to get Klay going, man. He hasn't been himself. Look at his last 5 games here. Against Sacramento, 25, 22, 16, then 25, and 30. Obviously, 25 points on 25 shots in game 1,
right,
which was tough. Against the Kings in game 6. Game 6 here? I think it was game 6 here. Yeah, because game 7.
Yeah, that one wasn't great either.
No, 22 points on 20 shots, 25 on 19. So he hasn't been efficient. But as Tom always says, and he did this last night, he had the head fake going. He's got to head fake more. He's got to, like, these little details. And that's something Tom keeps saying, and he said it to us earlier as he stopped by at 2:15 as he's headed down to call the game tomorrow, game 3 in L.A. I think saying it was unconscionable. Right?
Yeah,
I think that was the unconscionable part of the call.
Thing to say.
He says not every game is going to play out the same. So saying you want to strategically do something different to counteract something from game 1 doesn't necessarily work or apply to game 2, right?
Right.
So I wonder this with Klay frequently, like, can you get him doing this? Can you get him out of his funk? Shooter's going to shoot. Klay might be the most accurate depiction of that, the old-time basketball adage, shooters shoot. He shot his way into it. He'll shoot his way out of it. It's kind of the way it goes. And Klay is the epitome of that short-term memory. Because there used to be like 1 or 2 of those guys around the league, 3 or 4 of those guys that were Steven Jackson was like that. When he was a Warrior, he was a volume guy.
Yes.
He'd shoot like 40 shots. He'd make 40. He wouldn't take 40 shots. He'd take like 25 shots.
The difference between Klay and most of those guys is that he always seems to end up shooting like 41, 42% on the season from 3.
Because he's combustible because he has these games.
Yes.
Where he'll make 9 or 8 or 7.
Right, but most of the guys who are like that still end up on the low end efficiency-wise when it all is said and done.
In the previous era of that guy.
Right, exactly.
The previous version of said dude, right.
The Steven Jacksons of the world, because he was like that. He was a boomer bust dude for sure, but it was a little too much. I mean, look, at his best,
he wasn't efficient.
Stack Jack was great, but he was never efficient.
No.
That's right.
None of those Warriors teams were.
And Klay, there is something to be said for the just seeming ignorance on his part of what happened to his last 10 shots, right? He has earned that level of unconscionability, if you will. He has, and you know what I always think of when we're having these conversations about Klay? Do you remember whatever year it was where he ultimately broke the record for most three-pointers in a game?
In Chicago when he made 14?
He had been ice cold the entire year.
He had a cut on his head. Was he wearing like a
leading up
headband
to
or
that
something?
game? He was wearing a headband. That was
some weird Klay headband game.
one of the
14
origins of headband Klay. And like I'm going to struggle to find that game in his game log now on Basketball Reference. But the fact is, that was a year where it was getting late enough into the season. I want to say like the 2017-18 or 18-19 year.
Yep.
And he was shooting like 23% from three, and everyone was saying, oh, is something wrong with Klay, blah, blah, blah. And then he just hits 14. It's who, again, it's not unlike the Draymond thing. This is who he is. And you have to deal with the occasional bad shot on the bad nights because that's the Klay you're going to get, and more often than not, it's going to pay dividends. I will say this, though. You can see when he's pushing. And he was pushing way too much beginning of this year, coming back from the
pressing is what
yes.
Yeah, he was trying hard. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, the year started weird for Klay.
It did. And the best Klay is the most relaxed Klay.
Yep.
So that was nice to see last night. He seemed very at peace, and he even talked about that, I think, in his was it a halftime interview? He talked about that on the floor last night, about just, I looked at tape of myself, and I was rushing. And today, my focus was stay calm, and he did. And it was beautiful last night.
Well, he may not have been in the best shape at the start of the year, because that was a really, and we talked to Steve about it. I mean, we talked to him every week, but it was sort of, and at first I remember Tom was like, yeah, they want to get him back up to speed, and and I remember I said, well, Tom, look at his game log from last year. Remember they were going like no back-to-backs, easing him in. He was up to like the high 30s and 40 minutes by the NBA Finals last year, playing every single game. Then they come out this year, and it was like no back-to-backs until, when did we get the first one?
It was like February.
It was like February, and then they limited it. Remember, they were like telling us, all right, there's 3 of them left after the break. He's going to do 2. I think he played all 3.
In fact,
right?
I think he only ended up playing in his first back-to-back after Andrew Wiggins left the team.
I think you're right.
So
it was like we don't really have a choice.
But I also remember at the beginning of the year, he had talked about, for the first time in his life, really not playing basketball over the summer. So I just think the last 3-4 years have been kind of every part of it has been a new experience for Klay, right? He never missed that much
900
time.
days out,
He
right.
never had a real injury. He never had to work his way back from something like that. He never took a summer off. Like, it's all been different, but...
And that's why he's holding up 4s in guys' faces now when things aren't going well. Right.
Because he does feel the need to remind people. Like, it's part of it. It's part of what he is still doing here, I think. And it's great to see those moments like last night where it does really feel like a vintage Klay performance, and that's still in him. I don't know that he'll ever quite get back to the defensive level he had before the injuries, but
he's pretty good.
He's
not
good.
bad. Yeah.
He's good. He's not a total stopper anymore, but that might have happened by age 32 anyway. I really think he is about as close to back to the same old Klay as we could have hoped. And look, people have said it over and over again. February was the best offensive month of his career.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was an incredible month. I mean, he carried, and they needed it. That's what was incredible about it is these guys who can, we keep talking about the switch flipping, and it's tough when you don't have a complete team. And again, they kept saying, well, this maybe is it. This is the bottom. This is the bottom. They won like 11 road games.
Right.
How many road wins do they have now? 2 this postseason?
They're 2-2.
How long did it take them to get
Speaking
2?
of which.
How long did it take them to get their first one? Weren't they like 0-8 or 9 or something before they get their first one in Houston this year?
At least. I didn't have the stones to do it on the air, so you're going to have to do it next week. But 2-2 on the road with Tom Tolbert on the call. So, if he cares about the well-being of this franchise, maybe next year he's got to get out on the road.
Ooh.
Can't have them going 11-31 on the road.
He did say that to us. He goes, man, Jim Barnett's has some bad basketball this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom's like, I thought the Warriors were great, but I only saw them at home. So.
Well, I don't want to blame Jim for what happened on the road, but I do think it's clear that with Tom in attendance, this is a much better basketball team.
If you think I'm not tracking FP's road record with the Giants, you're sorely mistaken. Klay
How is he?
Thompson's, yeah, I don't think it's very good.
Oh,
but he did get the last 2 there.
Led the team down,
my
FP.
pants once.
Thank you. We will see. We'll see him tonight. FP at following the Giants game, 6:15 pregame for the Giants. He'll be from the bunker this evening. The Klay 14 3-pointer game was October 29th, 2018.
Okay, so that season,
14 of 24 from deep. That was only game 8, by the way.
So it was 7 games of garbage. You said it was 2018, right?
It was the 18-19 season. I'll tell you exactly what he was shooting going into that game.
That's what I want to know.
I've got all his numbers here. So going into by the way, he hadn't had a game where he made more than one three-pointer yet.
Exactly.
In the first 7. 1 of 8, 0 of 2, 1 of 6, 1 of 6, 1 of 5, 0 of 4, 1 of 5. Then, and this is why his percentages shoot up, how many, he'd taken just over 24 at that point total on the season, right? So leading up, he played 7 games from 3. He was shooting 13%, 14%.
Yeah. And people were legitimately panicking. And then he hit 14 in one game. And like, it just doesn't register for him the same way as it does for a normal human. And, look, it's not like he immediately then was shooting 50% from 3 the rest of the year, but like, he has these slow stretches, even when he was absolutely at his peak. Because 2018-19 Klay, that's a very good Klay Thompson. That's before any injuries. That's before any of these problems.
Well, it's kind of like, remember I said earlier when AD has the bad game, it's like LeBron looks at him like, could you tell me early on so I know how I can
Let me know ahead
do
of
that?
time.
It was sort of like the Warriors would do that back then in that era. Do you remember they would come out and they would like feed Klay like 3 straight shots early on?
Good Klay or bad Klay?
And they were like, all right, does he have it today? And it's like, if you hit like the first few of them, you're like, all right, cool, let's just keep going to him because we don't need to do a game plan now. Clay's just
what's always been incredible is even on
shoot.
those bad days, he can knock down the one that counts in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. He's got ice in his veins. It's what makes him. I mean, and he's a smart player. It's what makes him different than a guy like Jordan Poole who can get erratic, who will put the ball on the floor and turn it over. They're just different types of players. But the mentality that Klay has as a shooter is, and you're right. I mean, it's maybe something that plays into his ability to get back from 2 major injuries like this, to have that sort of mentality and the jump shot, as they say, the last thing to go. I mean, he is a pure shooter, but he does a lot for you. And he has games like this. The Warriors are tough to beat, man. I mean, I imagine that in LA, they're having the conversation about guys like Klay that we were having about Anthony Davis in game 1. You know that Steph is going to get his. You know that LeBron's going to get something. Can you make sure that whatever it is that they get is not the 50 or not? You can't have Klay go for 30. If Klay's going for 30, the Lakers are in trouble.
Yeah, I think, too, for the Lakers, if I'm the Lakers and I watch last night's game, I'm thinking real hard about if it's just actually better to let Steph get his a little more. Because when Steph is moving it around, I mean, when Steph has that 12 assist type game and he's making everyone else's life so easy, I almost wonder if that is a little tougher on the Lakers.
It's totally. Well, is it tougher on the Lakers when Steph's distributing? Is that what you're asking?
Well, because here's the tough part about that, right? He still hit, 4 or 5 completely ridiculous shots in that game, even though he only had 20 points in the end. There are still moments where he beats you in ways that are both demoralizing and like backbreaking for the Lakers, right? So he's still going to hit you with the big shots, but now he's also, I mean, those 12 assists probably accounted for 30 points.
Yeah, I think they'll live with that. I think they would rather have Steph pass off. I think they're like, we'll make all those guys hit shots like they did as long as Steph's not going for 50.
Well, and that'll be the big question for the Warriors is can JaMychal Green repeat that level of shooting?
Because I think game 1, they defended Steph pretty well. When they went big on him and they had Vanderbilt on him, that was a bit of a problem. And then they shot their way out of it, kind of like you would a zone. We'll see how they answer in game 3.
For what it's worth, I remember some pretty good moments for Davion Mitchell in round 1, too. It's hard to do it for a whole series.
It's tough, man. It's tough to continue it. But because they're exhausted. People don't realize Steph is running around the way he's running around like that. But when you're long and you've got a bunch of different guys, this is a defensive team, this Laker team. I mean, that's the thing, is the Kings are not a defensive team. Lakers are built much differently. Warriors responded last night. First, we'll get reactions to Kevon Looney not starting. He did play despite the sickness, still had 8 boards more than anybody on the Lakers. Kevon Looney, insane. But JaMychal Green started the game. Are we going to see more of him? 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. We're getting to a little bit of JaMychal Green in the starting lineup. Does he start tomorrow? We'll discuss. Tolbert and Copes with Matt Kolsky on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Right side corner, JaMychal Green wide open from three. Curry on the drive. He fed to the corner, and nobody played defense.
I was getting treatment. He came to me and said, you'll be starting tonight. You got to start. So just didn't think much of it. Just try to stay ready. Once you get to overthinking, you kind of take yourself out the game. I don't want to be selfish. I want to let the team know that I'm buying into whatever we got to do, and I'm just here to help. I just want to help win. And, they kept telling me stay ready, make sure I kept getting the work in so I can be ready when my name is called.
Look at that, a little Ska Friday for you. Warriors get the win over the Lakers 127-100. 227 and a half. Somewhere in there was the over-under. It was a crawl to the end of that game, points-wise. I had the over at 226, and I was sweating it. When there was like 3 minutes left, I was like, oh, money. I think there was like 2 points scored in the final 3 minutes of the game. It was ridiculous, but completely ridiculous. Yeah, if you had 226 and a half, you just got there. Warriors and Lakers back in action tomorrow on ABC, 5:30 tip for Game 3. We are getting close to some games this evening as well, by the way. We've got a slate of NBA games about to get underway. Do we have 2 tonight?
We're still like an hour away, but yes.
I said about to. I said about to because I'm here till like 7 o'clock tonight. So everything's about to happen for me.
Sixers, Celtics, and then
Tell them, Grandpa Joe.
Suns, Nuggets. Yeah.
Baseball.
No, those are basketball, Tim.
Hockey.
Well. Playoff hockey also ongoing.
Oh, man. Yeah, Stanley Cup playoffs have been a great time to this point. Celtics at Sixers, 4:30, and then, Nuggets at Suns, 2-0. I guess if you're a Warrior fan, you're rooting for Phoenix tonight. You want that series to extend a little bit.
Right.
I think if you're a Laker or a Warrior fan, for your own well-being, and I know that they're trying to, quote, catch up, you just don't want a sweep out of that series. You don't want a situation where Denver bowls through that and the Warriors and Lakers are playing for like another week and a half.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have a strong preference between those two teams in terms of who you play.
I'd rather play Phoenix, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they look like the worst team so far, so yeah, but...
I'll play the worst team, yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, look, if Chris Paul were to get healthy, Paul, Booker, Durant is going to be no small task. So, look, they both present challenges, but to your first point, the most important thing is that whoever it is doesn't have like a week to rest before you have to play them.
Yeah.
And especially the way this series is panning out, like Draymond Green is going to be doing a lot of work, man. And if his next job is either Kevin Durant or Nikola Jokic, you don't want them to be a lot more well-rested than you are. You really don't.
Man, KD and Draymond would be a fun matchup to see again. That'd be a lot of fun.
And that might be more Wiggins, I don't know, but... Yeah.
It'd be fun to see KD against the Warriors. Because, again, have we still not seen him play at Chase Center, by the way?
No.
Oh, dude,
he missed the Nets game, and then he was out for the Suns.
I can't get ahead of myself. I'm getting this is tantalizing. And
I think Denver's probably winning that series anyway.
I think so, too. I got Phoenix tonight. I like Phoenix tonight.
They better win tonight. Otherwise, the big-time rest for Denver scenario that we just described is probably going to happen.
So I said, if you're a Warrior fan, should be rooting for Phoenix. And I said, I got Phoenix tonight. I think I got them. In terms of last night, JaMychal Green was fair enough to say, we always ask, who's going to be tonight's X Factor?
Yeah.
Fair enough to say that JaMychal Green was the X Factor in last night's game?
Mike. And I think, not that I imagined they thought, we'll just bring this guy in to do absolutely nothing in the regular season and he'll show up in round 2. Watch out. But this is exactly why he's on the team.
Yeah.
Is because there are times when the Warriors can't get away with having Draymond and Looney on the floor at the same time. There are situations, and Anthony Davis presents one of them, where you need to stretch the floor more with shooting, and that's what JaMychal Green is here for, and he did his job to an absolute T last night.
So what was your reaction first to Looney not playing, and did you ever initially – because I guess we had talked about – I think it was a conversation among all Warrior fans – based on how the game went in Game 1, that he did not fare all that well against Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, when he was guarded by Looney in Game 1, was 8 of 12.
Right. I don't
know that. I mean, again, he chews up a lot of guys,
right.
And then
I don't think that's super telling.
I don't think it is either. You need him there because he's your rebounder, and when you go small, you're putting a lot on Andrew Wiggins, which is why I think the Kuminga thing gets funky whether or not he can play. But if JaMychal Green can give you some spells where He can save some minutes for Draymond here and there. He can touch up a little bit of somebody else on the wing when DiVincenzo's out there and he's out there, and you get some guys some minutes so they can be on the floor for the end of the game. That could do wonders because that's the strategy they used to have. The starting 5 big man used to be start of the first quarter, start of the third quarter with Zaza and Bogut. And name your center. It's just that Looney gives you more with this lineup, and you need him more to do different things.
Well, and there's just so little other rebounding that they have needed him, certainly against the Kings.
Should have drafted a center sometime in the last couple of years.
Yeah, or signed one.
Well,
Look, there were buyout market centers they could have had. Again, it's a franchise that I agree with.
Talking about a win,
an extraordinary amount of the time. But there are some things about the way this season played out that never made sense to me. Anyway, that's also why if let's say Draymond's your best defensive answer to Anthony Davis. I think that's pretty clear. If it's not Looney second, I would argue that's because Anthony Davis is a little too quick for Kevon Looney. Anthony Davis,
footwork is fast. He's good.
So then who would be the next guy you would call on to try to defend Anthony Davis if it was you? Because to me, it's Jonathan Kuminga. I don't want to keep bringing up the same dumb thing. And I know he's young. He makes mistakes. Fine. He's been pretty good defensively. He's been a pretty good defensive player. I don't know. It's weird that it hasn't been tried.
I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't trust it now.
All right.
I just personally, but
you trust Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Who didn't play all season. I don't know.
You know what I do? I do trust Moses Moody's instincts. I don't think Moses Moody gets lost on the floor. I think sometimes Jonathan Kuminga, and by the way, Moses Moody's pretty damn Moody. They're both pretty young. He's 20
I
and 21
had to decide
too.
between they're the same age basically. I had to decide between my Klay shirt and my Perk-inspired Moody Mosey shirt.
And you wanted to rip Moody today, so you could lift up Kuminga. So
no, I love Moody. I love Moody. I love all these young guys.
I think they trust
I love Patrick Baldwin Jr.
I think it's about trust.
You want to know the dirty secret that I probably wasn't planning on sharing on the air today? I think Patrick Baldwin Jr. should be in the rotation.
Come on, dude. Come on, man.
He's a better shooter than JaMychal Green and just as tall. Do you realize Patrick Baldwin Jr. is arguably the tallest member of the Golden State Warriors?
He's 6'11", 7 feet tall.
He's taller than Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
Now, I know that doesn't automatically translate to being a good defender against Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
but
Sean Bradley wasn't the best center of all time. You know that.
No, but
Manute Bol neither. No.
For a team that struggles with length and height,
it's an issue.
I would have loved to see guys like Kuminga and Baldwin get more regular season experience so that they'd be more ready.
Your argument is that they should have played more throughout the season. The issue is that they were not good enough.
Well,
the team wasn't good enough. At the time that the young guys got minutes, it was out of necessity. It's kind of like when we look at the Giants and we're like, why is this guy catching? Because they don't have a choice.
But I guess the difference to me is those guys on the Giants have largely stunk, and
You're talking about good players. You're talking about players you've invested in draft pick-wise and talent-wise.
And who, when they've gotten consistent minutes, have largely performed at least pretty well. At least well enough that you weren't losing a lot playing them over Anthony Lamb. That's all. I'm not saying bench Steph to get Ryan Rollins more time. You know what I mean?
No, but you did suggest playing Kuminga on Anthony Davis, and I can't imagine that helps you. I mean, I think it helps you most in that somebody else doesn't have to do it for you.
It helps you in that you save some of the wear and tear on Draymond, which
how much is
significant.
It worth it? How fast can he turn around?
Well, I don't know.
Kevon
Looney gave up 8 for 12.
7, yeah.
So
right.
How much worse could Kuminga be?
The
answer is like 25%. But
we didn't. Pretty greatly. He's also not guaranteed to pull down the boards that Looney did in that situation.
No, of course
right?
not.
And you maybe lose possessions there.
And again, I'm not advocating Kuminga over Looney.
You're saying who's the next guy behind?
I'm just saying.
The third option?
I'm a little surprised he hasn't been given much of a chance in the playoffs at all. I'm a little surprised because he impacted the playoffs last year when you won the title, and he was the best of the young guys in the regular season, right? And again, they won yesterday. I am picking them to win this series. I believe they'll win this series, whether Jonathan Kuminga plays or not. But all things being equal, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more of him.
I can't wait to get Marcus on and we can talk to him about Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Kuminga.
I could get
I just
really
don't think
weird
there's an
with
argument
Patrick
for-
Baldwin Jr.
A couple of people have texted in about Kuminga today, and I'm like, I don't know what the argument is. They won by 27. And they were in. They had a shot in the.
And to be clear, I'm not saying Patrick Baldwin Jr. should play now. By no means am I saying that.
This is an argument from November where he wanted him to play then so that we could have this debate now about why he isn't in the lineup.
Exactly right. Exactly. That you have a tremendous understanding of my bizarre and esoteric argument.
I got you. From this point on, the only Baldwin we want to hear from in the show.
The good news is you're fired.
Is that Baldwin? You're fired. Coffee is for closers. Minutes are for veterans only. On the other side, we will catch
The
up
good
with
news is you're fired.
Minutes are also for Moody.
Yeah. What'd you say, Derek, about Baldwin? I know he's falling on hard times. It's a tough deal. Old Alec
Is he in
Baldwin.
jail?
No. They are going to release that movie, though. It's just seems like that's probably a tough move.
They can bag an entire Batgirl movie, but not the one where Alec Baldwin got a guy killed.
It seems like maybe they shouldn't. I probably won't see that one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll pass.
I got a feeling that one's going straight to VHS.
It's one of those things. It's just going to be tough to watch it and not think about the thing that happened.
Dude, seriously. How do we go to press with that thing, man?
Can't agree more.
How do you do press for that thing, man? You know what I mean? How you roll around
You
the
definitely
country
do not
doing
do press.
It's such a bad decision. Sometimes I say this is worse than not playing Kuminga. Matt, on the other side, we will catch up with
let's
Jeremy
not get too crazy, okay?
Oh, I was ridiculous. Keep Joe Biden out of this, all right? Keep Grandpa Joe out. He said 4 more years. I was like, of what, bro? On the other side, we will talk to Jeremy Affeldt, get his thoughts on what's going on with the Giants as they get ready to start a 3-game series. I was like, he's asking for 4 more years, and just give me 4, and I'm good to go. Jeremy Affeldt next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko joined Pop on One today and defended his comments on Sam Darnold being the most talented thrower of the football the 49ers have ever had. Check out what he had to say. That podcast is trending now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Tough times, crazy times, especially financially. And an article in Wealth Management, James Gartner, he's a renowned investor. He forecasted for 2023 a 17% drop in the S&P 500. It's a big drop. Can you survive that in your portfolio? Are you ready for 2023? Have you thought about and started preparing for your retirement? You can get help with that. Greg O'Donnell, our guy at O'Donnell Financial Group, has been helping people for over 35 years right here in the Bay Area plan for their financial future and make sense of this hectic, chaotic economic climate. Greg is a local independent fiduciary with over 35 years of experience, and his specialty is helping people figure out the best path towards financial security and ultimately towards retirement. He's got a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that he'll give you today. All you have to do is call him, Greg O'Donnell, 866-496-2300, or go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC. We will take a quick break from the basketball to get into a little bit of baseball. Our weekly conversation with Jeremy Affeldt, three-time world champion with your San Francisco Giants. He'll join us as soon as we make the connection with him. Giants pregame at 6:15 tonight. Giants and the Brewers starting a 3-game series at Oracle Park as they come on home from their Mexico City road trip and then salvage 2 games in Houston. That was a nice couple of games to pick up there after a tough few first 3 days on the roadie, which then we found out they were dealing with. You don't want to drink the water in Mexico, is what they say.
No, I believe it was Logan Webb who gave us the realist answer on that particular malady, and it sounded unpleasant.
It did. We're going to talk about that, among other things. Jeremy Affeldt. What's up, Jeremy? How are you, man? Happy Friday, dude.
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. Adam Copeland and Matt Kolsky's hanging out with me today. Tom's getting ready to head on down to L.A. for Game 3. You guys, did you have a viewing last night of the game out at the brewery?
Yeah, we did, man. We had the games on. It was dog day or something at the brewery, so we had a lot of dogs around. But we had the games running, man. And I was like, man, the blowouts. I kind of like the blowout. I like the close games too, but I don't mind a blowout to tie it back up. That was great.
Yeah, it's nice to get one out of the way like that on a Thursday. Get going with something else. Baseball, even in a blowout, you got to hang around because. You used to say there's no clock, but now there is a clock. It just doesn't really.
It's not that kind of clock.
It's not that kind of clock. It doesn't tell you when the game's over. Did you hear, by the way, that Logan Webb comment from earlier this week after they get the win on Thursday? I guess it was Wednesday, and he's like, "Yeah, man, third of the clubhouse or 3/4 of the clubhouse, we're dealing with that south of the border flu you get when you drink the water."
The old Montezuma revenge, man. They did good.
You ever experience anything like that, or you ever have a clubhouse get wiped out like that for a week?
Man, wiped clubhouse. Anytime. No, like a lot of times clubhouse will get sick just because you're so close quartered that you just kind of hits everybody. But that obviously isn't probably what happened here. It was probably, a waterborne illness. I'm sure. You go down there, you got to be so careful, and you just do. It doesn't really matter. The bottled water, you got to figure out which bottled water you got to drink. Every time you go, I've gone there a few times. Obviously, Texas crossover. We go over to that area, and every time they say, "Hey, man, don't drink the actual water. Drink the bottled water. Here are the ones that you have to drink." Even the locals tell us that. So it'll happen. It stinks, and it could also be the food too. It's a diet change for those guys. But the team should have just brought cases of water. They should have brought their own water. But to be honest with you, yeah, it happens, man. I'm sure that's the risk. That's the risk when you do that kind of stuff. It is what it is. You just got to be super careful. And you're in Mexico, right? So you're like, man, the authentic Mexican food is unbelievable. So you never know. Guys are just going out and they're just crushing food. You don't know. So it'll hit you. But that was actually a pretty good comment by Logan. Refreshing. It was just straight, no beating around the bush, man. He just told you pretty much what was going on.
He did not leave a lot of room for interpretation, that's for sure. Putting aside personal import, export, and even putting aside the results, because we know those were not good, it looked like a pretty incredible environment in Mexico City, didn't it?
Yeah, one thing I appreciate, I played in Dominican in winter ball in 2002, and it was that same environment. And you got to get used to it because horns are blasting. There's constant horns. And they're not like comfortable sounds. It's a full on horn. Like WBC, had it a little bit when in Miami we played there, but the energy is crazy good. They love sports down there. They love watching sports. They create energy. And if anything, it can give you a culture kind of sometimes the Hispanic culture. You watch them even play when they're playing in the majors over in the States. That's why they have such energy and, excitement when they play. And it's because that's their environment that they grew up in. And that's the kind of stuff they play to the fans. And there's always constant energy going in those places. And it's a fun environment. I enjoyed competing in that environment. I was Dominican. I'm sure those guys enjoy competing in that environment when they were down there in Mexico. It was a funny plot for me because I watched some of those clips and I heard the noise.
Yeah.
And then all I just remembered was COVID, where had all the freaking cardboard cutout fans. There's no noise, So it's like, those guys are like, they saw one extreme to the other. They played through that kind of stuff, and it probably had them respect the game a little bit on the fan base because it does create energy.
That's a great point. Playing in front of cardboard, and then 2 years later, 2.5 years later, you're playing in another country, dude, in front of a raucous group of fans for the first time ever. Jeremy Affeldt on the UMA guest line. Just circling back, too, I want to talk about like playoff mentality stuff because we were talking, Tom and I were a bunch yesterday about that Warrior game, and they lose game 1. They came off of a game 7. Lakers had a couple extra days to rest. And I think about, like, obviously each sport is different. Football's week to week. Basketball, you get a couple of days. Baseball, it's usually only the travel. You get that little spell for the off day because it's every day. It just keeps going and going and going. I wonder about how your mentality as a bullpen pitcher changed when you got to the playoffs. Because in the regular season, you might have known, I threw the last 2 days. I'm probably not throwing today. Or I've thrown, they needed me in an emergency. I'm probably not throwing for 3 or 4 days now because I've thrown all these pitches in X number of games. JaMychal Green gets tabbed for the Warriors off the bench yesterday, and he had to be ready, and he was ready to go. What was your mentality going into playoff games like that?
Playoff games are interesting. You just knew you're on. Bochy set that precedent with us all the way in 2010. And so if you're with him, some of us were with him all 3 of those championships, but so we were able to prep the other guys, and when we could prep the other guys, it was important because we were like, this isn't I'm a 7th inning guy scenario. The playoffs are, you got to be ready pretty much 2nd inning on. Because if Bochy feels like the 7th inning is the 3rd inning of that game, like it's the momentum shift, he needs to stop the bleeding real quick. You don't have time, in a series to, we'll give him a couple games. That doesn't help. That puts you behind real quick, so you've got to be ready to play. You got to be able to go out there and compete as every inning is the 9th inning. And that's how I looked at it. I looked at every inning was my inning. So if I'm the 7th inning, if I was pitching in the 7th, 8th inning area, every inning was that. I approached it the same way because Bochy was going to try to approach it that way, and he was trying to pitch accordingly. So if I went in a game in the 4th inning, he felt like that was a 7th inning momentum that he needed to crush, or an 8th inning momentum depending on who was available. So for me, I always saw it that way. You did get the playoffs, though. You did get a little more breaks in the playoffs. You always got like 2 games on. You got the day off. You got 2 games on. So you got that recovery day more often as you went through the playoffs. So it did help. But to be honest with you, when you're in the playoffs, same with the Warriors, they don't feel it, man. Like they just have energy. They don't feel the season. They don't feel fatigue. They don't feel pain. They don't feel a rolled ankle. They don't feel any of that. All they feel is the energy of trying to, if I'm going to play this long into my season, I'm not going home early. That's the energy and the focus they have. So it gives you that little bit of somewhat of some adrenaline, or I would call sometimes fake energy, right? Like you trick your brain into having it. That's what I had the whole playoffs. I love the playoffs. I thought it was great.
Somehow I have to change gears to Joey Bart here, but I'm going to go ahead and pull the Band-Aid off.
We'll come back.
Playoffs
it's all good.
later.
Do your thing. Yeah.
As a pitcher, obviously I think anyone who is watching can see some of the progression from Joey Bart at the plate from a hitting perspective. He's striking out less. He's making decent contact. The power hasn't quite been there, but he looks good at the plate. Behind the plate, it's just harder for me to know if he's taking the strides they want him to take. So as a pitcher, what have you seen from Joey in terms of the framing and, to the extent that you can tell, calling a game stuff that seem to be the bigger points of improvement coming into the year?
He's always kind of been pretty good. I mean, he kind of shows some, pretty good leadership when he's calling a game. It's a little different for me when I watch catchers now. You got the whole freaking, quarterback sleeve, and you're lifting it up, and you're looking at all the stuff you got to hit in and punch into the freaking buttons. And you're going off the scouting report. Where I kind of grew up with, Buster was really good. Brent Maine was really good.
Yeah,
Torrey Almer was really good. Paul Baco was a great game caller. I had him in the Royals and in Cincinnati. And they were game callers, right? Like they understood what they were trying to do. They're looking at foot. They're looking at their feet on the ground. They're looking at their eyes. Or, looking at how the field's being played, and they're strategizing on it. And so it's a little more pure that way. And so when you're seeing all these catchers with their cheat sheets, you're really not understanding if they really know what they're doing because it seems like that's a natural net for them to second-guess themselves. Like, I mean, think about it. If Bart's back there, he's like, dude, I've seen this guy. This guy's swing, his foot is late. He's behind.
Yeah.
We have, but then you look at his chart. Well, the count says I got to throw a slider. You know, and you're like, well, dude, go with your gut. But sometimes you take that away if you don't. With that, you know, fleet they've got. So I don't really know on the game calling. To be honest with you, I think how I see it is how you got to encourage. Are you encouraging your pitchers or you're not? And then it all comes to framing, man. It comes to framing. I mean, Buster, it's really tough when you're spoiled with Buster for 12 years. The guy stole so many strikes, and he framed balls so well. You know, so it's tough to kind of, for me, compare him right now. But he seems to be pretty decent at framing the ball. I don't know what the stats are on it, but he seems like he doesn't make big sudden movements, and he kind of has to kind of reach out and get some of those balls. So I think he's doing great. I think he's in a tough position. It didn't matter, man. If it didn't matter who was coming up, you're coming in to fill for Buster Posey. I mean, come on, man. That's a really rough gig. You're going to be second guessed for a while. So until he makes some sort of like big time strike, Buster, he's just a different breed, right? Buster came in from Molina, pretty tough to come in to fill that guy's shoes. Great game caller, pretty good hitter. You know, his speed was definitely lacking, but you know, he's a smart hitter and he was an unbelievable catcher. But what Buster come in and do? Buster just came right in and started driving in runs, getting big time hits, winning Rookie of the Year. So he kind of immediately sped up everybody trying to even compare him to Benji. But that hasn't been Joey's deal, right? And it's pretty tough to do. You're coming in behind a Hall of Famer, like that's really tough to do. So I give him some slack a little bit.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job this year. We're talking to Jeremy Affeldt on the UMA guest line, and we're not thinking a lot about him back there, which means to me he's probably doing a nice job. He's been commendable.
Right. Exactly.
Do you remember when Pablo came up and Benji was back there too, and we had two guys who were like the same height, same weight, but it was like Pablo could run almost twice as fast as Benji could.
Yeah, he could. And honestly, people forget he caught me a few games. He really wasn't that bad of a catcher. I mean, he wasn't going to be the guy back there. But when he caught a ball, he was so strong that when he caught a ball, his glove didn't even move. I mean, it was like, whoop. I mean, it's like it just went into a big pillow back there. Boom. You know, nothing moved. It just was. He really wasn't. He actually made some pretty good calls on some pitches that he felt were the right ones. That comes with him being a pretty good hitter, saying, man, I can tell you right now, if I was hitting, this is what I would not want to see. You know, so he kind of called games like that. He wasn't really bad that way either, but you're right. He's kind of same body style, but Pablo, man, he had some freak speed for his body weight, man.
He's an athlete.
He did. And he was a very good athlete. Absolutely.
Before we let you go, and I do want to get into the Built for the Storm podcast. Tom was on with you. I want to ask you about that in just a sec. But just one more thought on the playoffs here. Warriors last night, right? They're down 1-0 going into that game. Tom always talks about how, in basketball especially, it's sort of about who's more desperate. Baseball doesn't play out the same way, but I'm wondering about mindsets, like must-win games, or when you feel like you're painted into a corner. And baseball momentum is so delicate, it just operates so much differently. But when you guys were down 2-0, I think about 2012, you had to win 3 games in a row on the road. Yeah. You can't get ahead of yourself. It's about get 1, win today's game, get 2. Is there that type of pressure? Do teams feel pressure like that, or does it just not happen until the end and you realize, it's all done?
No, you feel it, but the way we looked at it was they had to seal it up. We have to go out and absolutely say, hey, man, every at-bat is our last at-bat this year. Every inning's our last inning. Let's get as much as we can. Let's go at it as fast as we can. And you know, the target was on Cincinnati. They had to finish the series, and it's really hard sometimes when you got a couple pretty good teams that are competing against each other, and it's like you have to finish that team off, and that team is saying, no, my back's against the wall. We're not going home lately. We're gonna make it really difficult on you. And then it comes to experience, and then it comes to clutch hitting and clutch pitching performances, and same with what I saw with Golden State. And you saw Curry at the end of that last game. He looked at the crowd. I mean, he said a few different words than I'm going to say, but he's like, you're not ready. You're not ready for this. right? We've got this. Like, you guys were good. You guys put us on our heels, and we showed you we don't just go away. And then it's really hard to finish us off.
That's experience.
It's really hard to do.
That's having been there, right?
Experience.
Yeah.
It is, and it's pride, and it's these guys saying, man, what if we win again? Because that'd be hilarious. Like, that would be like, it would be like, dude, these guys are the freaking greatest team ever. They just keep winning. Even when they don't have their best year, they figure it out. And I respect them just because that's it. There's not one team in there that was super excited that Golden State snuck that side. Every team in the playoffs, when Sacramento went up 2-0, like, oh, please. We do not want to see these guys in the second round. We do not,
yep.
That's what you don't want to see. You do not want to see a team that has experience and understands that it's not over until it's actually over. They don't just give up, and that comes from experience, and that's what we did. We didn't just give up. That's why in Game 7 against Kansas City at home, we weren't going to just give up Philly. We weren't just going to give up in Philly, right? We're not just going to – we don't want a fatality the next day. Yeah, Washington. We're just all these things. Like, we're not that we're just built. We're built to understand that, and that's what Golden State reminds me of.
You're built for the storm, man. Tell me about the podcast. How was it with Tom this week? How'd it go?
Oh man, Tom did a great job. He got me, man. He did.
Yeah.
I thought we were just going to talk about his heart, and then when he was talking about his family,
yeah,
man, it was. And the problem, I told Tolbert, I'm like, bro, I have to come up with a question after that. Like, I'm trying to run a podcast after you drop that bomb on me. I had no idea, And so you're like, and he's emotional, and you're like, all right, like, how do I bring this to where I don't want to sound stupid. Like, how do I get this into a situation where I can still pull some stuff out of this? When I was actually choked up. I swallowed my tongue. Man.
Yeah, man.
I was like, I don't know what to do, But he did a great job of almost seeing that. Like, dude, I'm just going to elaborate more, man. And he did a great job in processing through it. I love the human side of life. I don't like this. I don't wish what he had to go through on anybody. But what I valued was the fact that his attitude, and how his strength coming through, how he focused, how his heart stuff, how he came through that. Then tragedy hits your kid. It's way different when it hits your kid.
Yeah.
When it hits you, you're like, hey, man, we'll deal with it. I'm a big boy. I got this. But when it hits your kid, you can't do anything about it. You can do nothing about it except for just help your kid get through this and love on him. But you can't change anything. There's no amount of money, no amount of dad strength, no amount of sacrifice that you can make to change the situation that happened. That's a hopeless feeling. And to where he just did so good relaying it and relaying how strong his son. I'm proud of his son. I've never met his son. He's a freaking hero, man. Who he is to his daughter now, staying focused. He did a great job. If people haven't heard the podcast, it was great, man. It was great, except for the one listener who's like, it was really disappointing that he was wearing headphones and he couldn't really hear him. Oh, great. Focus on that, dude. Like,
dude,
that's a great thing to focus on.
I like this where you can read the bad comments and you can air it out when you come on with us weekly. Yeah, you can respond to the comments here on KNBR. If you have,
everybody.
It's great, dude. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's the Built for the Storm podcast. Tom was on this weekend, and like you said, really honest. It's about real stories and what people go through and how they come out of this storm on the other side. And so anybody who hasn't heard it yet, wherever you get them, great way for you to open that door and check this out and get to know another side of our own Tom Tolbert. So Jeremy, awesome stuff, dude. Enjoy the brewery. Thanks so much for stopping by. We'll talk to you next week, bro.
Thanks, guys.
Good
Appreciate
stuff. Built for the Storm podcast. Really, really good stuff with Tom this week. All right, on the other side, we are about 20 minutes away from the first game of this Friday night tipping off. The early game, 76ers and Celtics. It's the first home game for Embiid since, was it game 1? Is that right? Game 2. When did he go down in the first round?
It's a great question.
Because he rolled out of there. It was early in the first round that Embiid
I think
went down.
he played
right?
3 games in that first round series.
So he missed the last one. So anyway, it would be since game 2 then. Right, because they were the home team. So back home now, chance to build a little lead here over the Boston Celtics. The NBA grab bag, some of the hottest stories across the NBA grab bag. You're going to like this, Kolsky. You do not know what is coming your way.
I'm ready.
Tolbert and Cope's NBA grab bag next on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors dominated Game 2 against the Lakers 127-100 with all 5 starters scoring in double digits. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app. NBA Grab Bag Friday, May the 5th. Cinco de Mayo Grab Bag style. How
Is
about
this special Cinco de Mayo Grab Bag music?
This is just Grab Bag music. This is the official music of the NBA Grab Bag. As you know, or maybe you don't know, in the KNBR mail room, every couple of weeks we get a big old sack. It's like a potato sack, and it says NBA.
Oh, I know about the sacks in the mail room.
Yeah, it's stenciled on there. It says NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
Some of the hottest stories, we reach in and we just sort of cycle through all the stuff. We just sort of grab things out of the bag. Hence, Tim.
NBA Grab
Come
Bag.
on, Tim.
It's a little late, Tim.
Damn it, Tim.
Supposed to be a professional.
Hence the
69.
Oh, jeez. Let's just move on. Let's get into the NBA. Thank you. NBA Grab Bag. Story number 1. Boston Celtics, Philadelphia 76ers. Game 3 tonight. Joel Embiid making his first appearance after winning the MVP at home. How about Joel Embiid? How about the Sixers stealing that game 1? Obviously, they dropped that game 2 to the Boston Celtics, but Embiid coming back, I think we are now getting the series we were hoping to get. Because if Embiid was not going to be out there, this was a dud of a series to me.
I can't believe they played him in game 2. I'm baffled by that.
Yeah, just like the Heat. You won game 1, you sit Jimmy Butler game 2.
Yeah, and he didn't look great. So, I mean, I hope we get the full Embiid experience. I think these are two very interesting basketball teams. Like the Celtics they are not what they should be. And we could talk about coaching. We could talk about Jason Tatum having some weird underperforming nights.
Thank you. The volume of the music was a little low.
Thank you, Tim.
Higher. Thank you.
But I have no idea what direction this series is headed, to be totally honest. No idea. And the fact that we got a vintage, like 2016 James Harden performance in the middle of it, too. Like, I was telling someone earlier today, in fact, that I feel like this is one of the greatest overall NBA playoffs of my lifetime. Because
parity-wise, absolutely.
I can make a solid argument for 7 of the 8 remaining teams to win the title.
Who's the one you wouldn't give?
The Knicks. I mean, honestly, the Heat, it's a tough argument for the Heat, too.
The look on Kolsky's face, like the sadness and the disgust.
I feel bad.
Like the Knicks,
the Knicks deserve some love, but can you really picture a team winning a title with Jalen Brunson as their best player?
It's like the Padres. You put them in the field, I'm like, they're not winning it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But, Miami's a long shot, but I wouldn't put anything past them. They're weird enough that they could pull it off. And the other 6 are like pretty good candidates. Philly, Boston, Denver, Phoenix, Warriors, Lakers.
Like this guy?
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
You don't like that guy?
Bong bong.
Bong bong. Thank you. That's what I say. Bong bong, and then I rip the bubbler.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
NBA Grab Bag rolling right along. Game 2
NBA Grab Bag
tonight is going to be from the Western Conference. Phoenix needing to fend off Denver to keep their, to make it not a must-win in Game 4. They're heading back to Phoenix now. Denver wins Game 1 and Game 2. Phoenix has not looked very good. They're going to be without Chris Paul for Games 3, 4, and 5, right? So at least the next 3 games, if there are 3 more games, they'll be without Chris Paul. They'll have to get to at least Game 6, which would be played in Phoenix to get him back. Thoughts on that series, that game tonight? They are 4-point favorites, the Phoenix Suns.
Look, I'd be surprised if they don't grab one tonight. You're going to get Kevin Durant's best swing tonight. But I got to say, watching Phoenix in general, and in particular since, in the moments in Game 2 after Chris Paul went out, they don't even run offense.
Yeah.
It's just, Kevin, you go, now Devin, you go, and everyone else stands around.
Tom said it's OKC again with Westbrook and Durant.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
And I have defended Kevin Durant a lot in my life because I think for the most part, he hasn't done anything wrong. But I have to say...
Has he done anything right, though?
Well, yeah, fair question. But I think he's gotten a lot of criticism that was undeserved, I guess is what I should have said. But watching the way Brooklyn's offense ran with him versus after he left, and now the way Phoenix, I'm getting the impression that this is what he actually wants to do. And when he left OKC all those years ago, I thought the whole point was he didn't want to do this anymore offensively.
He wants to win the way the Warriors win, but he wants to do it his way and be the guy.
Well, that's the thing is he has not found a happy medium for himself. And Phoenix if they do my turn, your turn offense, they are going to lose this series probably in 5 games. It's just not going to work. Denver is too good for that.
Well, it does beg the question for KD.
Tell me a little something, KD. Don't you regret not coming to the net?
Rolling right along in your NBA grab bag. Speaking of the New York Knicks, they do play tomorrow against the Heat in Game 3. That's your early game, 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
It's going to take us to the college baseball diamond. How about this in your NBA grab bag? Alabama baseball coach.
Oh, boy.
Did you see this? Brad Bohannon. This is a wild story. Fired for links to suspicious bets regarding the Alabama baseball team. We got like the Pete Rose of college baseball. So yeah, apparently a bunch of sports books and gambling commissions last week decided to pull Alabama games off the board after some suspicious bets came in numerous places between Alabama and LSU. Sportsbook surveillance video indicated that the person who placed the bets was communicating with Bohannon at the time. Multiple sources with direct information about the investigation told ESPN the school announced through Greg Byrne, their athletic director, that it, quote, initiated the termination process for Bohannon, among other things, violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected of university employees. This is a...
You got caught, partner.
Yeah, I'd say so, dude. I'd say so. Dude, betting on youth sports, student athletes, right?
Man.
Student athletes.
Is that not like, okay.
This is
Pete
wild.
Rose, bad guy, bad boy. Don't do that. Don't bet on your team's games. It's messed up. I don't love it. But to do it to college kids, to do it to student athlete, like what kind of horrifying scumbag you have to be?
Like how many home runs did a kid give up that he might not have otherwise given up if the coach was like, dude, I got the over. Kids like losing scholarship. You know what I mean? He's like, dude,
like I
come on.
cannot get it. It makes me feel so vindicated in assuming every college coach is a dirtbag.
Well, you don't get to be a fan of college sports and character. I've said that for years. You know what you're getting into. You know what you're getting into. You know what I mean? It's like I watch UFC. I don't feel great about what's happening. But for a few hours on a Saturday night, I can
turn the old moral code off and have some fun,
I can forget about all the actual bad stuff that's happening and just watch the bad stuff in the ring. Moving right along here with your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
You enjoying this? You like the NBA grab bag?
I'm having fun.
That's what I thought.
Really was caught unawares, but delighted by the college baseball portion of the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag moves right along here.
Grab bag.
Howard Stern. Yeah, the Howard Stern. Notably, once a listener called our station and left a voicemail.
Remember, Howard Stern.
He told Jake Hutchinson, who covers the 49ers for KNBR.com, got a voicemail one day. He did, a 49er writer for KNBR.com.
About
suggesting what our station should do to improve ratings.
Jay Hutchinson, baby, how are you? I think you guys should get Howard Stern onto your radio stations. I know it would cost a lot of money, but think of how high your ratings would go. Remember, Howard Stern. Howard Stern.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Hutchinson, you got to bring in Howard Stern. Thanks.
By the way, Hutch has nothing to do with hiring or firing or acquisition of talent of any kind. He simply covers the 49ers for the website.
Might be the best call I've ever heard.
How are you?
Jay Hutchinson, baby, how are you? By the way, and then he clarifies, like, do you hear this name? Write it down.
Howard. You may not have heard of this man.
Remember, Howard Stern.
Guy's making millions.
Howard Stern.
The second day, when he hits it the second time. By the way, it's not the story. That's like a year old. Howard Stern in the news. He's upset.
I find that hard to believe.
Howard Stern upset. This one kills me because here's what he said, I guess. He goes to Knicks games.
NBA grab bag.
And the black NBA players won't say hi to him. Stern, it's not because they're black and you're white. It's because they don't know who you are, my man. No, come on, bro. Stern, nobody knows who you are.
Is he saying the white players say hi to him?
You're on radio, not TV. How many people recognize me? Not many. I open my mouth. Here's a real quick. This we had a piece of sound to go with this, did we not? I lost my. This is why people think he's not being recognized. Stern is notably not a sports fan. He had Mad Dog Russo on his show. Chris Mad Dog Russo. I guess they know each other, but Stern knows nothing about Russo or what he does. Check it out.
Have you been paying attention to this First Take stuff on ESPN?
The First Take?
The show?
I don't want this. I don't know anything about sports.
He knows the black guys won't come say hi to him in Knicks games. That's what Stern's issue is.
I'm trying to picture the Knicks roster.
Stern.
Is Hartenstein on there?
Oh, dude.
Is Hartenstein saying hi and Jalen Brunson is not? I have so many questions.
They're like dapping
for
him up,
Howard
yeah.
Stern.
Oh, dude, incredible. Great
and
line.
also, like, I'm feeling in this moment slight embarrassment by working in the same medium as Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
Makes me feel pretty good about my life choices. But the funniest thing is I see the headline, like, quote, black players won't come say hi to me in Knicks games. I thought it would definitely say, said James Dolan. Moving right along here in the NBA grab bag. Thank you very much. How about this story?
NBA grab bag.
A Little League in New Jersey. Oh, this story came out earlier this week. This is good. Little League in New Jersey has instituted a new rule. So we all know the term Little League dads, do we not? You have kids. Are you a Little League dad?
My oldest is 4, so no.
So soon
not
enough.
yet.
Soon enough.
Yeah, we'll see. He does like baseball. We play a lot of baseball in the backyard. He's that, Daddy, I'm a baseball guy. You're a baseball guy. Mommy, Liana, you're also baseball guys. That's what it's like. That's how it goes.
If you want to be an overbearing parent and a coach, it's got to be baseball or softball or Little League, you know?
Why? You can't I mean,
There's
I have to believe
failure.
football.
There's so much failure. It's just easy to do it.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
okay.
Like you can, football's intense anyway. Then
Right.
you're getting hit. You gotta deal with other things.
You're
like,
saying if you want to be the parent who takes it to an inappropriate level,
Yeah,
baseball is the sport for you.
Exactly, dude. Where you can cross the line and then jump ship when they turn 12 and jump to the big bases. Then
Right, and I mean, like here's the other thing, like the kid who is the umpire at the baseball game is probably way less likely to beat the crap out of you than the football coach.
Yeah, it's factual,
Yeah.
and it gets raucous at sometimes these flag football games. Well, Little League in New Jersey has created a new rule where any parent who argues from the stands or yells from the stands to an umpire or an official or argues a call or berates anybody is banned from the game and must officiate 3 Little League games before they can return to spectating.
I love it.
I applaud it. I say, by the way, I love that it's Jersey. You know what I mean?
Oh.
The Little League dads in Jersey. You kidding me? You kidding me?
That's going to have some delightful results, I would imagine.
We'd eject them from games here, and they'd be complimenting.
I think
you know what I mean? We think we'd call CPS, and he was like, dude, I was giving them props.
The problem with that is going to be, are there enough games for all of these thrown out dads to umpire to get their rights back?
Yeah, you're going to have umps getting into it with each other. You're going to have umps getting into it with, oh, man.
I have to say,
yeah.
Like, I am 100% on board with this rule. I hate overbearing sports parents, and yet I can already picture how difficult it's going to be for me to hold my tongue when a 13-year-old is blowing my son's strike zone way out of proportion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
I can already feel the fury rising up inside me, and he's never even played an organized sport before.
Yeah.
My father was once notably.
I never had a dad. I never had a parent coach me. I never had
Oh.
that. So I didn't. And I was also the kid who got ejected from games for being mouthy.
Yeah,
You know
me
what I mean?
too. My dad.
I was Angel Reese, That was me. Like legit, yeah.
My dad was more for my sister, who was the talented athlete in the family, coached everything. And I once witnessed him after my sister's best friend, who also happened to be the best player on the soccer team, got taken out from behind on a breakaway and no penalty was called. I watched my father be red carded out of the game as coach and then subsequently asked to leave the non-coaching sideline and go to the car.
Yeah, you got to go sit in the car. Had it happen. I've been there. As I've told the story before, I got ejected after a game ended once.
I do not want to be that guy, but that's probably where my life ends.
Yeah,
yes.
well, you got to live for something at some point.
I guess so, yeah.
If not for your kid, you got to do it for you.
Hopefully.
You didn't win a championship, so God damn it, you're going to get one now.
Hopefully my kids, unlike me, will be good enough at sports to justify that level of intensity.
Yeah. Anyway, then you get to be the bad parent, at least in that regard.
Yes.
And, then you can be the cool one when it's time to do chores and stuff like that. That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Covered a lot of bases, literally. Little League, softball, got into some college baseball gambling.
I still can't
some
believe
Howard
that
Stern.
he's that. What? Ah, God. College coaches, the scum of the earth.
It's pretty bad. Again, you can't be a coach, a fan of college sports, and character. There's just no way it works out that way. On the other side, back into some basketball talk. Marcus Thompson's going to join us at 4:50 to get the recap of Game 2 and the look forward to Game 3 tomorrow. We got games getting ready to tip off here. 76ers and the Celtics. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference semis is coming up in just a few minutes. But on the other side, Steph Curry and his place on the NBA's Mount Rushmore. Tim Legler and JJ Redick spoke a little bit about this on their podcast. We'll discuss a little bit on the other side. Does Steph deserve to be on the Mount Rushmore of the NBA? That's coming up next. Tolbert and Copes, Matt Kolsky hanging out on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Over the head bounce pass up top for Wiggins. Zips it to the right side. Steph Curry for three. Everything's coming up. Warriors here in the third quarter. 105-78.
Warriors big win last night, getting ready for Game 3 tomorrow. We will catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic in about 15 minutes here. Matt Kolsky sitting in for Tom Tolbert today. He's getting ready to, actually we talked to him earlier, heading on down to L.A. to Crypto.com arena.
Sounded like he was deep in the Central Valley when we talked to him, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's like somewhere near the In-N-Out Farms, I think.
The In-N-Out Farm. Yeah, down by the Coalinga Junction, exactly.
I didn't think you were serious when you said Ska Friday, but now I know that you were.
We normally do Ska Friday every Friday. Yeah, we're actually single-handedly. I wonder what percentage of downloads of ska songs we're responsible for as a show.
Well, I personally would like to hear some Real Big Fish before the end of the show.
Done.
Thank you.
It's already done.
All
Taken
right.
care of. Whatever you need. Anything out of basketball is good by me. We were talking Steph Curry. Shocker. After didn't have the best performance last night, but you pointed something out in that you talked about his his ability to distribute obviously being something that can be damaging to the Lakers or to the opposition. And you said, I wonder if that makes things more difficult for them. Well, sure. If more guys are scoring and they're having nights like maybe they did game one, where they have 3 guys who made 6 threes in game one, Steph, Klay, and Poole did.
Sounds right.
Steph wasn't all that great last night as a shooter. What did he finish? 20 points?
7 of 12. I mean,
he's fine. No, he's fine. Sorry.
You'll take it.
It's about the volume. It's about the limited number of shots taken is what I'm getting at. That he was not, they did a good job of limiting what he could do, except that he distributed and they knocked down shots. They made 21 threes again. That's
right. 21 of 42 and even 50%. And
15 and 5 now on the year when they make 20 or more.
You know, it's tricky because obviously Steph is more often than not going to score more than 20 points, and that's what you want. I'm not suggesting you want Stephen Curry to become a different player and start putting out double-digit assist performances instead. I would say, though, that everyone else's shots are going to be easier than his almost every night. And so it's important. And by the way, he wasn't always this good at passing out of double teams. Like that, this is a part of his game that has grown. I certainly remember, even during his MVP seasons, one of his weaknesses was him creating successful plays when he was double and triple teamed, it sounds ridiculous, but it happens all the time.
I mean, that was a great double at the end of game one. If he doesn't pass out of that, maybe Jordan Poole doesn't have a chance to miss that shot.
Well, and even though he did miss the shot,
that's the point. I get it. I'm riffing, but that's what he's so good at. I want to get to this piece of sound here because Tim Legler and JJ Redick were discussing this. Good podcast, by the way.
Old Man in
the Three, yeah.
I just noticed, by the way, related, that J.J. Redick names all his stuff after Hemingway. Like, it's like the Old Man in the Three. There's like a farewell to something or other.
He's a real dookie, isn't he? Here's J.J. Redick and Tim Legler. I did. I just said it. Talking about Steph Curry and his place, if there is one, on NBA's Mount Rushmore.
Is Curry approaching that?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Even without a championship this year.
Can you ever recall a guy that was already a great player climb this many rungs in the ladder at this stage of his career based on last year and this year?
No.
I mean, honestly, because going into last season, most people, if the conversation came up ranking players, right? Curry, top 20 for sure. Some people might have said top 15. I don't think a lot of people were saying top 10 prior to last season. They win another championship. Post Durant. He has, maybe the most important game of his career in game 4 in Boston, right? With dropping 43, down 2-1. So they get through that. And now here we are again. Now look, is it going to take him winning a championship to do that? Yeah, probably. He needs to maybe add one if we start to talk about Mount Rushmore category. That there's a lot of work left to do. He might not even get through this series, so we got to see how that plays out. But my point is to go from, say, 20th to now a guy that we're talking about possibly being in the top 5. He did all of that groundwork in the last couple of years, really, is when he elevated to this level. You just typically don't see that for guys in their mid-30s to have that much more to grab.
It's an interesting point and an interesting thought. We were talking, Tom and I, yesterday about LeBron and his impact on Game 1, and I said I've always wondered how good would LeBron be and what will his impact on games be when he's not even the best player on his team anymore. I said I'm not willing to say he's not the best player on his team yet, but he's not the primary scoring. Like, they would rather work through Davis and have LeBron be able to be a distributor sort of the way that he is. Same with, like, Jokic. You don't want him to have to score 40 points. You want him to be able to dish out 15 to 20 assists. Because Steph is such a great shooter, and we're not in the old days of, he's still got a jump shot. He can stand in the corner and knock down threes. Like, what he's doing offensively is unbelievable. How his body has changed is unbelievable. But it's an interesting argument about late career I don't know if you'd even say he's past his prime. I don't even know. It still seems like he's in the middle of it or maybe near the back end of it, but he's still performing in the way MVPs perform.
Right. So this is the season where Steph started the year at 34, turned 35. LeBron James's 35-year-old season, he played point guard and led the league in assists. So these are the two guys. I think you could make an argument, with all due respect to Kareem, that these are now the two greatest 35-year-old basketball players ever. Jordan probably was already retired for a second time by then, maybe? I'd have to check the exact years on. That might be the 6th championship for Jordan, so maybe you'd have to throw him in there too. But it is not normal, particularly for someone of Steph's size, to be getting better at age 34, 35. Part of it is obviously he's just incredible. Part of it is his game is built to age, which is a nice break in his favor. And part of it is we're better at taking care of bodies in 2023 than we ever have been before. And it's no coincidence that the two defining superstars of the last 20 years are also arguably the two best 35-year-old players in the history of the NBA, right? Like, part of it is just technology, and we're lucky to be alive for it.
And you're right, by the way. Jordan's second retirement would have been his age 35 season. So after the 97-98 year, the sixth title, he was 34 then.
Right. So we don't necessarily know with Jordan, but, like, Kareem was still effective at 35, certainly, but I don't know that you would have argued that, hey, at 35, he's just as good as he ever was. And I think you would probably have said that about LeBron, who, again, at 35, switched to point guard and led the league in assists. And I think you would say that about Steph. Like, even if this wasn't necessarily his best statistical season, I'm hard-pressed to point to a year where I can say, oh, yeah, he was definitely better that year.
Yeah, and the MVP thing in basketball, like this, now sometimes you get into the semantics. Well, who's the most valuable to his team? It's not the best overall player. It kind of is. You know what I mean?
It usually mostly is, yeah.
It usually is. And in basketball, it's frequently, whose turn is it in the NBA? I mean, like.
Well, it's funny. There was another bite from that same podcast, right? I think it was, where Legler is talking about it. He compares the MVP award to, like, a deli.
Yeah.
And, like, there's a bunch of guys who all have their number and they're waiting for their number to be called. And, like, everyone has to get called by their number.
Yep.
But, like, sometimes it takes longer than you think it should.
For Seinfeld, take a number, chocolate Babka, all that, right? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Can we get your number? I mean, we were here before. You're just like, no, you can't have my number. It's an egregious ask by Elaine. It's an outrageous ask. Can I have your number because I was here first? Tough break, dude.
The biggest mistake there is valuing a chocolate babka over a cinnamon babka.
Whoa. You go cinnamon over chocolate?
Of course I do. When it comes to a bread, like, I like chocolate as much as the next guy. Like, I'd rather have a chocolate bar than a cinnamon bar.
It's not a breakfast bagel. It's
First
a dessert.
of all, chocolate chip bagels should be normalized. Second of all, yeah, it's a dessert, but a cinnamon swirl is better than a chocolate swirl. This isn't even up for debate. Why are we arguing about this?
Because Jerry does actually make an argument or make a case for it. He talks about the
cinnamon. Inevitably, if you taste something and it's delicious, and you ask someone, "This is delicious. What's in that?" Inevitably, the answer comes back: cinnamon.
I disagree with that.
Shut up, you old pig.
Well, that's what Jerry says more or less in that same episode.
I'd say butter is frequently the answer that you get in return.
I can't argue with that.
Lard is what we get in return.
Everything that's delicious has butter.
I guess the Steph Mount Rushmore one is interesting to me because
what does Mount Rushmore mean?
Well, this is what I was going to get at.
Yeah.
So the actual Mount Rushmore is
four guys.
When we do it for teams, we're always like it's like your four best guys, right? Or the Bay Area's Mount Rushmore, like
it's four guys, right?
It's four guys. So I wonder, like, if you were going to do it by what? So U.S.'s real Mount Rushmore is Washington, Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, and Thomas Jefferson, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So you've got
definitely what it is.
Am I right on that?
I have no idea.
I don't think it's FDR. It's Teddy.
What do I care who's on Mount Rushmore?
I'm just saying it's out there. You know what I mean? It's their faces are in that mountain Rushmore. But they all kind of represent something different, right? Like while they're all old, like old era, they're.
I don't know. Teddy's on the newer side.
Teddy Roosevelt's on the newer side.
Well, compared to George Washington.
Jesus, dude. Yeah. I mean, he's last century.
He's a 20th century president, Theodore Roosevelt.
Okay, so like you've got a guy but that's as late as it gets. You've got a guy tied to the Declaration of Independence. You got the first president. You got Abraham Lincoln. So if you were going to do it in basketball, what would you want to represent? Would be my question. Which do you represent? Bill Russell would be on it. Kareem would probably be on it.
Okay, but then yeah.
I mean, like if you could,
are you trying to use Bill Russell as the George Washington analog?
I saw him more as like the Bruce Wayne kind of the playboy, but I'm not comparing him to the presidents. I'm comparing them to what they mean to the game in different eras. Like if you were going, they say the Hall of Fame tells the story of the sport of the history. Okay, if you were going to tell the story of basketball with four guys on that wall,
then that's a different question than are you the best?
But the Mount Rushmore argument is kind of that. Was George Washington the best president, or was he the first president?
He was definitely the best first president.
Yeah, for sure.
Of the United States
of the U.S.
Of America.
Yeah, right.
I mean, at the time it was built, I want to say it was intended to be a statement of quality.
Roosevelt died in 1919. Super modern, by the way. Did he live to see the Black Sox throw the World Series?
You know, why do you have to make this personal?
He kicked it before. Oh, I forgot you're a Sox fan. He kicked it before Eddie Seacott was drilling Cincinnati Reds, huh?
Hey, you know, when Teddy died, he was still thinking Shoeless Joe was a first ballot Hall of Famer. You know what I mean?
He hit 400 almost in those series.
Okay.
Great job, brother.
Thank you, Marty.
If we're talking about telling the story of basketball, though, that's different from how I think they meant it when they're talking about the Mount Rushmore and whether Steph is getting close to it. If it's really about telling the story of basketball, frankly, 4 is just wildly insufficient.
Of course, but that's what makes it difficult.
I do think actually it gives Steph. I think he's got a good argument either way. Does he have a chance to be the 4th best player ever? It's very hard to rate these things, but yeah, why not?
It's kind of like Babe Ruth is still
Why doesn't he have a chance?
Nobody hit the home runs until Babe Ruth did it and decided that was part of the game, and so then people had to start doing it. When Steph got to the league, the team that had the fewest attempted three-pointers per game in the league was somewhere around like 12 or 13. Now the fewest is somewhere above. It's like above 20.
Well, and that's why I would say if you're telling the story of how the game has developed.
That's not the right term, but that's part of his impact on it. That's why, to me, it's a good argument because, well, it's not story, it's impact. And Bill Russell, kind of the same thing. Yeah,
I think you probably need to fill in the middle with Jordan and LeBron, which means you are leaving out
a lot of guys.
So many good
I know.
players.
Millard Fillmore, not on the wall.
Well, it's like I saw this about Evan Turner on some show. I saw this on Twitter today that like his top 5 players had 8 players in it, right? And this is always the problem when we get to these things. There's never enough space for all the stuff we want.
Yeah, you can't put them all up there. Rutherford B. Hayes, he ain't going on Mount Rushmore. He's probably pretty far down.
The Van Buren boys are furious. You know, Martin never had a chance.
Van Buren, dude.
It all comes back to Seinfeld.
What'd you throw up there? Yeah. Did you go in Franklin Pierce on me? Is that what you going, Tim?
Jeez, did you know?
No. We're going president facts now. 808 KNBR, name some presidents. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson on the other side. We'll see what he views as the Mount Rushmore of basketball, whether or not Steph belongs in it. And, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Thank you, Steve Young. The Mount Rushmore of basketball, much like the Mount Rushmore of the United States, it really, really tells the whole story of the country. On the other side, Marcus Thompson joins us on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Tim Legler joined Papa and Lund today and broke down Game 2 of the Warriors' evisceration of the Lakers. What are you trying to get me to say, Derek? Huh? Thought I didn't know that word? I know it. I know eviscerated. It's what the Warriors did to the Lakers. Check it out. That podcast is more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletic's Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett and White. Trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland and Matt Kolsky hanging out with you today. Tom Tolbert getting ready for Game 3 tomorrow in Los Angeles. Here to talk Game 2 and some Game 3 and some NBA playoffs. Marcus Thompson covers the Warriors, among other things, for The Athletic. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
I'm not in L.A. yet, so,
You
not
hanging?
that good.
Not that good. When do you got to go, tonight or tomorrow?
Oh, I'm going. First off, man, I don't be telling my business in the streets, man.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You feel me?
Yeah, I see it.
You know, I get there when I get there. I'll be there when I be. You got.
I mean, you started talking plans. I mean, I didn't. I
did.
know I wasn't.
I did. That's my fault.
I had a Steph question. I was gonna.
I'm not there yet, but I will be at Bishop O'Dowd High School at the theater watching my daughter perform in Urinetown.
No, good deal, man. I've seen a lot of good shows at that theater. That's a nice theater they have at Bishop O'Dowd. Good deal.
It is nice, right?
It is nice.
Yeah,
get out and support local high school theater like that. Bishop O'Dowd does a great job. They compete in the theater competitions at Ohlone and stuff every year. Anyway, that's a good program, and they've done a lot of good work over there. Go support it. Question about we were talking about this discussion Tim Legler and JJ Redick were having on their podcast about Steph's climb towards the quote Mount Rushmore of basketball, right? And Legler makes a lot of really good points about being the best. What do you say? He's the best 35-year-old player maybe ever. Like LeBron, like what he's achieved at this point in his career without any sort of real fall off it's not anything we've really seen except for the guys who we consider the all-time great players. What would, we were discussing what Mount Rushmore would mean as it relates to the actual Mount Rushmore. I'm like, are you telling the story of basketball? Is it impact on the game? What does it mean? And could Steph rise to being a top 5 player all time if he's not already?
Man, I feel like we need a committee of basketball, irrefutable, above reproach basketball minds to create this.
Yes.
Because otherwise, it comes down to who's determining it. And this is a conversation that's really about who you watched when you were 15. Right? Because,
sure.
If it was Bill Russell, he's on your, you know what I'm saying? If it was Wilt, you're like, you never saw Wilt. He was great. And I'm the same way. I look at LeBron. LeBron's incredible. But I'm like, he wasn't Jordan. I was there for Jordan, right? And there are 50-year-olds right now who think Steph is the greatest thing they've ever seen. So it's really hard to kind of quantify. Magic the same way. And I also think when you just have numbers, it's really hard to understand how good and how important
playing center in the finals, all that. That kind of stuff that we watch, we talked about. It's incredible.
Yeah, you miss it.
It's layered.
You miss it. Mike. What's the stat that tells you how terrified opponents were of Jordan? Right. Not just that he beat him, but when they went into the game, it's oh no, don't talk to him, don't get him riled up, no trash talk. Right. Don't foul him too hard because once he gets mad, it's there's no stat for that.
And if you don't, he'll just make something up and get mad.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So I feel like Steph is on the Mount Rushmore of influential figures in basketball, right? When you talk about the people who, and I know we're talking about change the game is kind of cliche now with him.
Sure.
But when you kind of benchmark these major shifts in basketball and how it's played. Bill Russell was one because people didn't used to jump on defense, right? It was bad fundamentals to leave your feet on defense, and then here he comes but I can block that. And then now basketball's changed forever, right? So I feel on that list of Mount Rushmore, I do feel you could see Steph being in there.
That's where I was. Right.
The way basketball is going, people are gonna point to Steph and be like, "Oh man, look what he did to the game." In the same way we look at how Kareem changed center play and that type of stuff, right? So I feel like he's on that, but man, who knows? It just depends on what social media platform
who's talking on. And who's debating, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's interesting with Steph in particular. I think it becomes extra difficult because everyone can acknowledge how the game has changed with respect to three-pointers, but it's just hard to look at Steph standing next to a LeBron James and compare them. It's just really difficult to do. I don't know how to contextualize Steph, almost because like his impact is so much bigger than what you would imagine it could be by looking at him. And I think that is always going to play a factor in the way people think about it.
Yeah, but I also think we won't fully understand until later, like normal, right? Like live, you don't get it. But to me, the fact that like in 20 years, people are going to have this conversation and you're going to see Steph and LeBron side by side. And the fact that Steph is 6'2", 6'3" on a good day with shoes on is next to him won't be a knock against him. Right now it's a knock. Right now it's like it can't be. You can't say he's this because he can't just physically impose his will and take over a game. But in 20 years you're going to look back and it's going to be like a bonus. Like, how is this dude able to impact the game with a similar, like, have a similar impact despite the lack of size, right? But part of it is because we are viewing him from the paradigm where size matters more than anything. But after the changing of the game is complete, right, and it becomes part of our social construct and understanding of basketball, we'll start seeing other ways that he impacts the game, and it'll become normalized. But we can't see it now because we're still in the world where LeBron is 6'8" and he runs like a deer on the court, and he jumps out of the gym, and it's like that stuff is still captivating. So I do feel like in the future we'll look and say, how did the 6'2" guy belong with the rest of them? And now we'll notice, right? Like we still count assists. Like people are like, oh, Steph had 12 assists in game 2. It was the most ever. If that determines how well Steph gets his teammates open, then that's just the lack of understanding of basketball. Right. Because you can't count his assists really, right? Like
the attention he's drawing.
Yes, it's like, hold on, man. They're literally double teaming him at half court. Like, so just because he doesn't get the actual assist, like, how do you convey that they're double teaming him at half court?
That was actually one of the fascinating things in the post game, that when Tim Legler went on with Scott Van Pelt and they did this whole diagram stuff. He was like, let me just show you Steph's impact. And on a night where Steph had 12 assists, he showed 3 plays where he got the hockey assist and didn't even get a stat for it because he was double teamed so damn far from the basket that it took 2 passes to get there.
Some of this will be our responsibility, and I'm putting this on. This is your responsibility, Matt Kolsky.
Okay.
This is your responsibility, Adam Copeland, is to keep the legend alive. You got to be able to understand this and explain it because people just won't get it. Like, I don't think we talk enough about how crazy it is. They ran a boxing 1 on Steph in the finals.
Yep.
Like, they ran a junior varsity CYO, one of them teams where it's like one dude better than everybody on the court, and you got to figure it out because you had some AAU tournament in Florida, and one dude is like really 16, and you got to figure out a way to stop him in the 13 and under league. They ran that type of defense in the NBA finals, right? Like, that's insane from a basketball perspective.
Janky defenses.
Like I'm from the era where if somebody asked you to switch because you get cooked, you got mad.
Yep.
Like, hold on, no, I'm staying on him. No, like, it was disrespectful to be like, hey, switch, man, switch. And now you have literal NBA players like saying, hey, I cannot guard this alone. Where's my help? For a 6'2" guy. Like, that's to me, like, that's the stuff that's not in the stats that the storytellers of sports need to convey. Kind of like Barry Bonds is, right? Like,
yep.
You look at his numbers, you'll be able to see his numbers, but like, how do you understand that he literally got 1 pitch a game?
A week, Marcus. A week, maybe a week.
Yeah, a week, right?
Poor Pedro Gomez had to live in a shack in Barry's backyard for several years just because people were following him so closely. I remember ESPN cutting to every single at-bat he was taking for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And to your point, Marcus, it's the same thing with Jordan. I was in Chicago in the 90s growing up watching the fear, and it's hard to describe what I always call it is the feeling of inevitability you got with Michael Jordan. It is hard to take people to that.
Those were like I felt it, and this is why I'll never like disrespect or dismiss like the old heads who were telling me about Wilt and Bill Russell and Kareem, and you could hear it used to sound so crazy. And I'm sitting here watching Jordan and my uncle and my dad, they talking about, but he ain't Dr. J. And like I understand it now because I remember watching the Bulls and watching Jordan and standing in front of the TV, like not wondering if he was going to get it done, but like, how was he going to get it done this time? Yeah. Because him not getting it done was not part of the equation for nobody watching, right? Yep. And there's no, how do you quantify that feeling if you had to be there? So now, like, I understand why they were like, feel that way about Dr. J, or when people talk about Kareem, I understand why they feel that, because there's an element of you had to be there no matter what the numbers say. And that's what they will say about Steph in 20 years, right? They'll be like that joke of LeBron, like where Steph checks out and he walks all the way to the bench.
Got to guard him to the bench,
and then,
right?
And it's this like idea, like, can you imagine what they're going to, like, how we old people exaggerate stories and stuff? Like, it'll be like, you had to guard him from half court. I mean, he hit like a few half court shots, but by the time we get done with the story, he shot 40% from half court.
Yeah.
They guarded him in the locker room. Like, he's built for this type of legend of sports figure. That's who Steph is.
It's great that you use the Barry Bonds comp, and we're talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. I would almost go, and I said it to Kolsky, to me it's even more Babe Ruth-like. When you talk about the way the game shifted, they're not going to ever go back to small ball basketball, right? It's never going to go back to drop it in 88-94 as a final score. Like, now that you can do this, you can hit the ball over the fence, and a guy is doing it at this clip. I mean, when he got to the league, the team shooting the fewest in the league was maybe down in single digits. I know when LeBron got to the league, the Cavs were shooting like 9 threes a game, like attempting 9 threes a game. Now the fewest is like 25 or something. The Warriors are up over 40 a game. It's incredible the impact on the game to this point, of course. But the fact that he's carried it to this point is also just unbelievable. And we're on the doorstep maybe of him doing more special stuff. So with last night's game, after game one, we talked, I didn't think they played that bad in game one, considering coming off the game 7 and the emotion surrounding it. You're playing against a team that's fairly well rested in the Lakers. Did you see anything different last night? I mean, obviously the Kevon Looney not start. Do you think he would have played that few minutes anyway if it were a closer game? What different strategy do you think they went with, if anything at all? Could you tell anything different?
Well, so after the game, after game one, they were super confident in the locker room. Like it was like they knew already, and it was because of the fourth quarter, right? I mean, essentially they pulled one big out, spread the floor, and the answer is getting Anthony Davis out of the paint so he's just not just standing there, acting like one of them car dealer things.
His arms flying all over the place.
Yeah, I don't even know what those things are called, but that's what Anthony Davis was for most of game one. And they felt like they knew how to do that after game one. But I was talking to Steph, and I'm like, well, what my article is going to be. And he's like, what? I'm like, it's the same one. It's been for the last 10 years. And he starts laughing. He's like, yeah, put the ball in my hands. I know, I got it. I know what you're going to say. But that's what they did. They said, all right, the ball's in Steph's hands because of, like, what we're talking about. Because, like, gravity is cool is one thing. Like, it works. You get it. But there's no terror like Steph having the ball in his hands. And Anthony Davis had to come out of that key. They ran pick and roll with Steph. The ball's in his hands. You got to trap. Somebody has to get out there because they are terrified of him, and that opens up the lane. And not only that, like, Anthony Davis has to work. He looked tired. He's not resting on defense and waiting for people to come to him, and then they weren't coming to him, so he's chilling. Like, he had to, like, get on some coverages and move and switch and lunge at shots and then hustle back the rebound. Like, he had to do all that, which tired him out. So, to me, the biggest and always best way to shake things up and adjustment is to put the ball in Steph's hands, and that's what they did. And spreading the floor, putting another shooter on there, putting JaMychal Green instead of Looney, gives him more room to work. So that's the great adjustment. Now the question is, what do the Lakers do to adjust to that? But I mean, we're talking about Mount Rushmore and Steph because nobody's figured out this adjustment yet. The dude is gonna guard. He's gonna draw 2 to 3 people no matter what. And once you do that, your defense is compromised no matter who you are.
Well, and that's why the extra shooter matters, right? Is because they've been able to get away with doubling Steph more when it's Looney and Draymond out there, and the odds, you basically got a 50% chance of ending up with a good shooter as opposed to 75 when it's JaMychal Green out there instead. And I thought we saw that also with Steve essentially choosing to play Moody ahead of GP2 because we know, all things being equal, Peyton is the better defender, but clearly at this point they trust Moody's shot more, and I think Moses has really paid off the faith they've had in him every time he's gotten a chance in the postseason.
So Moses is crazy, right? Like, here's the question I wonder. Is Moses ready now because they made him wait? And whatever he wasn't doing to get on the court, he started doing it, and now he essentially earned his minutes.
And the same question with Kuminga, but backwards.
Yeah. Or is this a sign that Moody should have been playing the whole time? Because it's hard to understand how the dude we see now, why he couldn't get minutes before, right?
Yep.
But he looks incredible. Like, he looks like he's ready. And you're absolutely right. Like, we saw GP2 basically get benched because they need somebody who can defend but also make shots. You got to spread the floor. You got to be able to spread the floor. And the series is going to come down to how many of those other guys make shots. And the other one, like, the other big difference, like the Moody GP2 comparison was like on point. The other one is Dante and Jordan Poole. If Dante's making shots, that's gonna take away Jordan Poole's minutes, because if he's not making shots, then he's hurting the team because he's not spreading the floor, and then you got the defensive issues. But if you can play some defense and make shots, that's what the Warriors need to beat the Lakers. Somebody who can play defense and also make shots. The more guys like that, and you start to see those kind of two-way guys be able to play, that to me is going to be the series. Can the rest of these guys make shots? Klay Thompson has Austin Reeves in purgatory because he's playing defense and also he's making shots and forcing Austin Reeves to run around and chase him. So it's going to be like, how many of those guys you got? Can they play? That's how you beat the Lakers, because you got to open up their defense and you got to be able to shoot to do that.
They have a couple more defensive, big defensive performances. We could go purgatory. You can use that. That's all yours. You use that as much as you want, Marcus.
Wow.
I'll give it
What
to
a
you.
gift. That's a gift.
I don't want to take it from you. I want to offer that up.
It'll look better in print anyway.
It'll look better reading it than hearing it.
Purgatory. Wow. That sounds like we're trying to think Kuminga is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's in purgatory.
That's exactly where he is.
See what happened? Now it's funny because we repurposed it. Now it's good. Marcus, we workshopped it a little bit. Marcus Thompson with us on the Yuma guest line. Before we let you go, man, I said to Kolsky earlier, because coming into the playoffs, like you and I and Tom, we talked about this all season. Like, anything you believe they were capable of doing in the playoffs was not based on what we saw games 1 to 82 this year. It was based on all their previous success. So there was all these checklists I think we all had in our minds that we wanted to see them achieve in the first round. They win 2 road games. They win Game 7. Steph goes for 50. You put together the last 3 games in the body of work from Game 7 through Game 2 yesterday. I said to Kolsky, it's as confident as I've felt since, let's call it Christmas, that they can win a title this year. This is my high water mark for sure of this calendar year. Where are you?
Oh, likewise. Yeah. I'm like, I mean, I shouldn't be saying this on air, but I got a vacation booked that I'm already looking at new dates.
Yeah, you better, bro. You better look quick too. Look fast. Everybody's going to be rescheduling.
Yeah, like, you always knew this was there, but they just don't show it consistently enough. But man, there's just something about like the vibe and like how they feel. I normally determine a lot by how they feel. Like, they're the ones who got to play, right?
Yep.
And we can analyze this, we can break it down, but so much of this stuff is about confidence and like about like how they feel, what kind of rhythm they're in. They've got a nice little vibe going. It sounds like it started with that speech. Even last night, JaMychal Green was like, I was in my feelings until Steph made his speech. And I was like, all right, let's go. And here he goes, right? There's just something good happening right now with the team, and the energy after a loss. They felt good. Like you could just tell. And Draymond is like the best barometer, right? When he's like, you could read him and find out where the team is. And like, he was hyped after game 1. He was lit. Like, he was like, let's go. Like, So this is the best I've seen them all year from that perspective. And you know what else makes it feel like somebody really win a title again is the other thing that made us feel confident about them wasn't just their past, but also looking at the other teams in the West. Nobody felt like they were that good. And that's also still true. So it's like you put last year's Warriors in the Western Conference where these other teams just aren't that good. Now it's like, oh, man, they really might do this. Because remember it was like, oh, Phoenix. Man, Phoenix might go down. Phoenix might get swept.
Phoenix is sorry.
Like,
yeah.
Like, come on. Like, who are you looking at? And then the Eastern Conference teams. One of the teams I thought would be the biggest problem for them are out. Milwaukee, right?
Yep.
Is out. Jimmy Butler is dominating with who do you look at and say the Warriors can't beat them? So, yeah, this thing is turned. This might be the most improbable title defense in NBA history if they pull this off. I mean, they were literally one of the worst road teams in basketball.
They'll be the worst ever road. It'll be the worst record ever for a road team to win the title. I believe 13 road wins is the lowest.
We figured this out, though. We just have to next year. Tom has got to do road games.
Tom has to do road. Yeah,
they're 2-2 on the road with Tom Tolbert on the call. You know, I'm sorry, Jim. It's not Jim. I'm not saying it's Jim's fault. I'm just saying Tom has fixed the problem.
The question becomes, how does this is probably a conversation for a later date. Have we gotten to the point now already, right now, where it's very clear you got to keep this together?
Yep. We
had this discussion
earlier.
We did
talk about this. And if we had time for more, this is exactly what I wanted to ask you about, because I don't know what you do. I literally don't know what you do.
I know Draymond bought a Brinks truck. I know that's what he did.
Draymond wants his money.
So does Klay.
And I don't know how the math works.
I kind of feel for Joe Lacob on this. I kind of don't, because
he's fine.
A billionaire,
but I hear you.
But he's in a tough quandary. But to me, the answer is easy, but I understand why it's not for him. You just got to pay these guys.
But at what point
bottom line
is the price tag so big that it's impossible to build a winner around them? Right?
If you were
just tough.
They're playing with Moses Moody,
they are
dudes on veteran minimums,
That's
right?
True.
That's really.
Well, they traded their number 3. They traded their 2-time line guy. They got rid of Wiseman because they're like, forget.
Well, but he was not good for them, so that was easier, right?
I mean,
the tricky part.
Playing a ton, you know?
No, but
look who they won the title with last year, right? It was Otto Porter,
JTA,
right? Like Damian Lee. Like, it's not like they're doing it with like this, it's not like the super team, right? It's not like even the 2015 team where, they got a 10-deep roster.
But they won't even be able to sign DiVincenzo or whoever that would be next time, because they won't have a mid-level exception.
Whatever. Who cares? We'll get another one. Exactly, dude.
No, but they won't be able to sign the next version of those guys because they don't have the mid-level anymore. This is what I'm saying. It's getting harder and harder. Look, I agree. You got to keep it together until it's dead. But I also see the angle of, if you do that, you end up like the Chicago Bulls in '99 and the Celtics.
But no matter what, you can't go back. Like, even if they don't bring those guys back, you still can't sign those guys. You're still over the cap, right? You might get a mid-level, but you still hamstrung because Steph and Klay will make $90 million.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you probably have to use some of these pieces to go get some of those pieces. But, like, if Moody's looking like this, there's a piece, right? You got GP2.
But at his price, I mean, Moody.
The other part we always forget about is Andrew Wiggins. Like, he's in this too, right? Like, he's locked up. He's under contract. Andrew Wiggins is in this. The question will become Wiggins, Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and maybe PBJ. Out of those 5 people, can you do something to get some pieces to put with these other guys? You might want to take Wiggins out of that because his market value is too high. I would take him out. I would say you got the 3 Hall of Famers and Wiggins, and now it's Poole, Kuminga, Moody, PBJ. Is there something you can get, like, or draft really well, but you just can't get rid of these guys. Like, you just can't do it. Like,
Well, it's just Draymond, right? I mean, Draymond's the real question. Like, Steph and Klay are going to be here.
I think Clay's the bigger
Klay
question.
he wants a max. I don't know. He's the one. I don't know that you can give him that.
Clay's like Draymond's max is like 30 something.
Right.
It's not even like he's making like next year he's making 27. Clay's at 43.
Yeah.
Like this is like Klay is the number that balloons it to the stratosphere where Joe Lacob is uncomfortable. Now the question is like, do you pay Klay, or do they work it out to where they got some kind of discount? Because then keep in mind, in 2 years Steph gonna re-up, and there's no reason to think Steph ain't gonna be Steph in 2 years. So
it is such it's tricky.
Not really, just break bread, man. Just break. You got the biggest tickets. You got the most money. Like you get all the ratings. Like they're gonna make a killing. And I understand Joe Lacob took a huge L. They lost more money than any team during the pandemic. But if you give these guys time, they'll get it back and more. And they've already given it back in the sense that the Warriors are now the most valuable franchise in sports. So you just don't break it up so you can be the 7th seed. In perpetuity, right?
No,
if these dudes win a championship from the 6th seed, if they win a championship if they get close to winning a championship,
well, then you got to keep everybody, right? You can't let anyone go if you win.
Well, Dante's gone because Dante's got to get his money.
Who cares? We'll get another one.
JaMychal might be out the door,
man?
too.
I'm trying to get another one. I can't wait to see who the next DiVincenzo is when they go for the title next season.
What if the next DiVincenzo is Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Well, he won't be here. We're going to get rid of him. All right.
What if it's Moses Moody?
There you go. There you go.
Could be. Marcus, have a great time at the play tonight. Tell your daughter to break a leg and enjoy the game tomorrow. We'll talk to you next week, dude.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
All right, good deal. Great stuff from Marcus Thompson. One of the best conversations every week.
The best.
Love talking to Marcus. Great coverage, a lot of good stuff on Steph Curry, and he really does put it in perspective, almost as good or better than anybody. We have a sound soiree that's pretty heavy basketball influence. We'll get into some of that. We do have a Giants pregame coming your way at 6:15, 7:15 first pitch for a game 1 of a 3-game set between the Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers. I'll get you the lineup on the other side. Then we'll get into a little bit of the sound soiree. Tolbert and Copes, Matt Kolsky hanging out for an extended Tolbert and Copes today on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday and responded to Mauricio Dubon's comments about his time with the Giants. Check out what he had to say on that podcast. It's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sounds good. Love hearing the horns on a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. Tolbert and Copes, sans Tom Tolbert, who's heading on down to L.A. We talked to him earlier for the Warriors and the Lakers Game 3. Matt Kolsky hanging out with me today. Giants pregame coming your way at 6:15 for a 7:15 first pitch. Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers. I believe we have a lineup out. I'll get you that for the Giants. And then we've got a nice sound soiree coming your way, Friday style. It's going to be a fun one tomorrow night. 5:30, Lakers and the Warriors on ABC. Is that the nightcap? Because we got a 12:30 start, then we get a mid-afternoon game as well, right? 3 games tomorrow? Yeah, and we are underway right now. Any word? We were just all out during the break, and Joel Embiid was walking back into the tunnel in the first quarter of that game. Any word on anything? Was he just...
I have not seen an update, but I will let you know.
So is he Paul Pierson it to the bathroom? He could just be like going back to get a, he could just be like, I got to go get a piece of tape or it could be something real simple.
The Paul Piercing, it changed meanings like 2 years ago when he told us what really happened.
Yeah.
Used to just mean faking an injury. Now it means a whole other thing.
It's a whole different deal. The Giants and the Brewers kicking off a 3-game series tonight, 45 minutes away from Giants pregame, and we'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. They have lineups out for this one. If you give me just a moment here. Corbin Burns, by the way, is going to be the starter tonight for the Brewers. 3-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He'll be opposed by Sean Manaea, lefty for the Giants. Nice beefy 7.85 ERA. He throws fast or he throws hard like old Manaea, but he doesn't miss bats like new Manaea. Like the more recent Padres Manaea. Here's your lineup for the Giants. Lamont Wade leads off at first base. Tyro bats second at shortstop. J.D. Davis hits third at third. Jack Peterson hits fourth at DH. Mitch Haniger hits fifth and left. Conforto hits sixth and right. Bart hits seventh and does the catching. He's hitting 302, by the way. Brett Wisely hits eighth and plays second base. He's hitting 042, by the way. And Cal Stevenson bats ninth and plays center field. It'll be William Contreras leading off at DH for the Brewers. I don't even know who this is. Miller hits second at second. Willie Adames hits third at short. Yelich hits fourth and left. Anderson hits fifth at third. Voit at first base hitting sixth. Vic Caratini hits seventh and does the catching. Taylor hits eighth and plays right. And Weimer does he's going to be in center and batting ninth. That's your lineup. We will have pregame coming up for you in about 45 minutes, but we've got to get to our sound soiree. All the sounds from the sports world over the last day. You might have missed. Maybe you didn't, but you'll get our reaction to them. Your sound soiree is next. A lot of reaction from the Warrior game yesterday. It's Tolbert and Copes with Matt Kolsky right here on The Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Means something. Means you're going to get some sound from the sports world. Adam Copeland, Matt Kolsky hanging out with you.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm here.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I was talking about that yesterday. Did you see they're making a dodgeball too?
No.
I was talking to Sasha yesterday about it, and I was like, man, we watched Happy Gilmore last night. That's why. And I was laughing. I was laughing out loud, and I made a statement. I think I said, I don't know that there's anything else that I laughed as hard at when I remember the first time I ever saw it. I was like 8 or 9 years old.
Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, right when it came out. I saw it at my buddy's house. And it was like the funniest thing I'd ever seen. You know what I mean?
Excuse me, I gotta go play with golf.
I feel like Dumb and Dumber was in that conversation for me.
Saw that later. Saw that one after. And yeah, but that was
later.
Same window. So like that. But I love Happy Gilmore. One of my all-time. I quote every line, anything.
You know, this is not the same territory, but since we're on this weird side topic, the thing that sticks out in my memory of like as hard as I've ever laughed was I was significantly older, but it was in a theater and it was Bad Santa.
Solid. Yeah.
The original Bad Santa, like just watching Billy Bob Thornton and Bernie Mac work. I don't know that I've ever laughed that hard in a movie theater.
I think the first time I saw Big Santa, too much of it went over my head to laugh.
Yeah, that's very possible. What I got like? Do I have a whole 10 years on you? How old are you? Now?
I just turned 34.
Oof, yeah, 8.
Yeah,
Almost
so
8.
if you saw it in theaters and I saw it in theaters, like my parents were messed up. You know what I mean? Like that's not cool, Dad.
Well, or
should have been seeing Bad Santa or Super Cool, Dad. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I still remember my dad taking me to see T2 in the theaters illegally. I guess it's not illegal. You were allowed to go if you were with a parent.
Terminator 2, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, T2. Yeah. So I would have been like 11 or 12, I want to say.
That was maybe Titanic 2, which I haven't seen yet.
Come on.
But the Happy Gilmore, though, like 9 years old till today, I don't know if there's anything that I laugh as hard at as I did when I was 9, as like last night when I watched it again.
That's so good.
Yeah, Derek just said Dumb and Dumber. That's the other one we just said, too.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber's right up there. And honestly, like, Billy Madison still gets me, too.
Billy Madison?
Those first couple Adam Sandler joints, man, they really were excellent movies.
Waterboy gets you. See, Waterboy starts to get, it's still good, but it gets a little further out. I guess my point is we were talking about they're making Dodgeball 2, and I was like, it could work. We're in this era now where if you do movies that are comedies and you do sequels, I think you got to bang them out like The Hangover. You got to go like bang, bang, bang.
Not that worked great.
The third one's not bad. It's okay. If you go 2 for 3 on a trilogy, I'll give you that.
Okay.
Fair 2 enough. For 3 on a trilogy is...
I mean, hell, The Godfather only went 2 for 3, right? So what can we expect?
Even The Godfather went 2 for 3. And that's the best 2 for 3 ever.
It is.
That's 2 for 3 with 2 grand slams.
That's
right.
know?
Like that's and a strikeout with the bases loaded.
Just feels like you never should have come up to the plate the third time. Someone should have pinch hit, But we've stretched this analogy as far as it can go.
It's almost like you retired and then you came on back to try to get a cover. It's like Mr. 3000 with
Michael
Bernie
Jordan
Mac.
with the Wizards is what
Godfather more hits
3 was.
To make it. But we were talking about Happy Gilmore, and Sasha's suggestion was, she said, I actually think because of Adam Sandler's status and the villain that is Shooter McGavin, that he's literally like just that guy, Christopher McDonald, almost all the time. She said, I think they could maybe pull it off with those two guys because Sandler's still so active and so big. I was like, Vince Vaughn, you don't see him as much anymore. Like Vaughn kind of had his era when he made he's pretty good in
Dodgeball.
Well, he's good in Dodgeball. He's good in the new Curb Your Enthusiasm. He plays Funkhauser's.
He does.
Nephew because Funkhauser passed. Yeah. So anyway, long way of coming back to Dodgeball 2. Don't know if it's going to work.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna have to look at the cast. Do we get?
We need Gary Cole.
Yeah, I was
going
to say, do we still get Bateman? And then doesn't what's his face make an appearance?
No, young Patches.
I can't believe I'm blanking on his name, and now I'm worried he's dead in real life. But the guy from all the Christopher Guest movies, no.
Chris Guest movies. Oh, like you're talking like Waiting for Guffman. Is that what you're talking? You're talking
the older fella. Well, except I'm really more talking about like Best in Show, and never mind. This has gone way too far afield.
I mean, we can go tap for days.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
There are some great lines in Dodgeball. I mean, ESPN 8 The Ocho comes from Dodgeball.
You said Ben Stiller may not be in it, Derek?
Oh, that's a problem.
Patches, are you sure that this is completely necessary?
Necessary?
Feels like a...
Necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine?
Probably not.
No.
No, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
I like the taste.
Oh, man. R.I.P. Rip Torn, yeah. They don't really make a sorry your dodgeball coach just got crushed under 2 tons of irony Hallmark card. One of the best lines. Luck of the Irish. Into your sound soiree. Draymond Green last night, post game, talking to Isaiah Thomas. Here's Draymond on the Warrior win last night, talking to Isaiah.
Draymond, what's impressive about your guys' run over the last years is that all of you have still found a way to be thirsty and hungry to win. How have you managed to do that and stay insatiable about winning?
Isaiah, that's a big word, and I'm not sure I know what that word means. You're going to have to give me a session on that one later.
Okay. I don't believe Draymond.
Me neither.
I think he's making fun of Isaiah.
I think he used to.
Number one, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So, jeez, Isaiah, how long does it take you to ask a damn question,
By
bro?
the way, I was thinking of Fred Willard, who is in fact dead, but is not in fact in the film Dodgeball.
And he is in Spinal Tap.
Is he?
Yes, he is. Fred Willard in the airplane hangar. Hello, Cleveland!
Yes, you're right.
Yes, he is. Don't you dare tap me. Don't you? All you hand to the scores table. All you, Derek, you shaking your head at me. How dare you ringing your hand at me? More from Draymond. Actually, not more from Draymond. More from the game last night. Jeff Van Gundy. What is this? Jeff Van Gundy recalls his hot dog nickname.
This was incredible.
What does that mean? A hot dog, like an actual hot dog?
His dad's name. You got to hear it.
Well, here we go. Here's Jeff Van Gundy.
Did you know this guy's nickname?
Who?
This guy's
JVG?
He told me his nickname.
No, from my dad when I was like 5 or 6, and you're making fun. You can't make fun of my 87-year-old dad.
Please tell the world your nickname.
Jeff Marino Hot Dog Buddy. That's it. Come on, baby.
Yes, he just said Jefferino Hot Dog Buddy.
No, it's because we loved hot dogs. Me and my dad would get me up at like midnight, go to Chris and John's here in Oakland. It's about a 30-minute ride from Martinez. 612 Blue Ridge Drive, Martinez, California.
What was your nickname again?
No, you heard it once.
No, just say it one more time.
No. You're making fun of me now. and by proxy, you're making fun of my dad. Does that make you feel good?
We love Bill Van Gundy. Absolutely.
Great coach, great dad, great man.
That is a terrible nickname.
I love it.
Jeff Marino Hot Dog Buddy.
Why not?
Why not?
Jefferino Hot Dog Buddy.
And they put it up on the screen, too. They cut to him and Jackson. It was like Mark Jackson, Jefferino Hot
like
Dog Buddy.
The whole name, Jefferino Hot Dog Buddy?
They put it all on the screen.
That's pretty funny.
It was good times.
That's pretty good.
And I have to say, like, for someone for whom the Jackson Van Gundy act got extremely tired 5 or 7 years ago, it was a great moment for them on the broadcast.
It was pretty good. Yeah, they do get some good riffs off when they do needle each other.
Yes, that's the best part.
It does seem like they really are needling each other. That's when it does get kind of fun.
Yes, when they talk basketball, it gets rough.
Well, he coached him, didn't he?
Yes.
He used his coach when he was with the Knicks, which is what's so funny about that.
And it's just, it is staggering that truly a high-level basketball coach and one of the greatest NBA point guards of all time, anytime they actually talk about the game, it's almost unlistenable. I don't understand how that happened.
With each other, you mean? With each other?
Yes. Yeah, actually, Van Gundy, if you hear him like on Zach Lowe's podcast, he's great.
Was that yesterday?
He's great. But on that broadcast, for some reason, whatever they do to each other, like they both lose the ability to speak cogently about basketball. It's just Van Gundy complaining about the refs and Jackson giving him a hard time, basically.
Yep. Saying stop complaining about it. Yeah. And then Breen is just there to kind of.
And Breen just sounds sad that like he can't just call a basketball game to me. That's what it sounds like.
It's just like Ernie has it so good. Ernie Johnson has it so good. With those guys, they make fun of each other and Ernie just stirs the pot.
Right. Ernie doesn't have to worry about trying to make sure everyone can still watch a basketball game.
Ernie takes sides, which is what's good. How about Matt Mayoko? I saw this yesterday on Twitter. Matt Mayoko apparently said on KNBR that he thought Sam Darnold might be the best arm talent the 49ers have ever had. And I was like, since 2023? I mean, what are we talking about? Matt Mayoko then came
so exhausted.
Came on Papa and Lund today, and I guess felt that this is from Murphy Mag, excuse me. Came on Murphy Mag, and I guess, is this the statement? This is the actual statement about Sam Darnold. Here's Mayoko.
Sam Darnold might be the most, can I say this? The most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Come on.
We can, but let's just put him in the very high echelon of those guys who can just drop back in the pocket and throw the football. I think that he hasn't had really any chance to succeed since his college days are over. I think he's had like 4 head coaches in 5 years, 5 offensive coordinators in 5 years. He's a talented guy.
Well, so the throwing of the football is different than quarterbacking.
What does he mean?
If he's talking arm, this is the whole arm talent versus ability versus.
I don't want to be mean, but that's one of the most absurd things I've ever heard in my life. So you're saying.
No, he said because he specified might be one of the best. Give me the exact line again. Did he say arm talent?
No, he said
Sam Darnold might be the most. Can I say this? The most talented thrower of the football.
Talented thrower of the football. Do you remember like when they asked Kyle about Jimmy Garoppolo being a starter? He's like, yeah, I believe Jimmy's good. I believe Jimmy's one of the best throwers of the football on the planet. And I was like, well, yeah, man. It's like 32 jobs
That's
where
right.
you get to start at it.
He's one definitely one of the top 50 throwers of the football on the entire planet.
By process of elimination, yeah, he would be. I would think so.
But let's be serious. You're trying to tell me, Matt. So, okay. Either he's saying he's actually a good quarterback, which would be totally insane to say.
He didn't because he didn't.
Or he's saying best arm strength.
He said what he said. I'm taking him at his word.
So you're telling me he's got a stronger arm than Colin Kaepernick and Trey Lance. That's what you're telling me.
He said he might be the best thrower of the football, which to me doesn't mean much of anything except that he just said it. It's just kind of I don't know what to. You saw Joe Montana play, did you not?
Joe Montana was not.
He didn't have a
great
huge
thrower
arm.
of the football.
His skill sets were different.
Sure. But Steve Young was.
Right.
And again, Colin Kaepernick, if we're just talking arm strength.
He had a hose.
There's no way I've watched Sam Darnold suck for years now. No way he can throw it like Cap. And I frankly don't believe he can throw it like Trey Lance. And none of that means you're a good quarterback. So what are we doing? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect Matt Mayoko. I'm sure he's just telling us what he's seen. But what are we doing? Sam Darnold? I believe he throws it harder than Brock Purdy. But past that, this is ridiculous.
Do you think he could have been drafted there or would have been drafted there or gotten a gig at a university like USC if he weren't a strong thrower of the football? Like,
right.
Do you take a weak arm quarterback with a top 3 pick like that?
He's 6'3", 225, and the number 1 pick in the draft a few years ago? Of course he can throw.
I don't think it's that outrageous to differentiate arm talent from quarterbacking since it's all we've done for 3 years with Trey Lance.
I'm fine with that.
Football.
But are you really telling me he throws harder than Trey Lance does and Colin Kaepernick? I find that very hard to believe because, again, I have watched Sam Darnold. I also watched him in college where, by the way, Matt sort of suggested he was great in college. Not a fact. He was okay. He was an okay college quarterback.
Yeah, but what was his arm talent like? Like, did he? Like,
I'm furious.
You're upset about this, and I'm like, that sounds factual. I mean, like,
I'm just so sick of having dumb conversations.
It's more of a feel. You know what I mean? Like, you just kind of know it.
See, now he's trying to get under my skin even more.
Thrower of the football.
He got me a little screamy, and he's trying to make it worse.
I do have that effect, especially Friday nights when we're getting close to the end.
Hey, I'm touch them all, Adam Copeland.
Stretching them out. All right, I'm not even looking at the right thing. I was trying to get the draft grades or like combine stuff on how do they grade?
I'm sorry, he was the 3rd overall pick. That's my mistake.
Yeah, so like they test arm strength and whatnot. Like and he was the youngest guy when he got to the NFL. He was the youngest player in the league when he got to the NFL. I'm not disputing his lack of success to this point. I was actually intrigued by the 49ers signing of him.
Sure.
Because of the ability that we maybe haven't seen on display based on the systems and coaches and coordinators that he's been with over the last few years. So
don't get me wrong. No reason not to take a flyer on a 26, 25, about to be 26-year-old guy who was a high draft pick and has arm talent.
So
Fine.
when you say thrower of the football, what does it mean to you? What does that mean? That he has a strong arm? Because you keep saying throw fast, throw hard.
Yeah.
I'm saying
when he says throw, what do you think he means throw accurately?
Throws a beautiful ball, arm talent. But it's a nice pass, can hit guys in stride. I mean,
am I the only one who watched Trey Lance throwing the ball in shorts in training camp?
Yeah.
And like, you're telling me, I know it doesn't mean anything, but if we're just evaluating Matt Mayoko's comment on its face,
of the football.
He is really saying that Sam Darnold is a better thrower of the football than Colin Kaepernick and Trey Lance. That's what he's saying.
I think he said he might be. And I still don't know what any of that means.
Thrower of the football.
I'm just playing devil's advocate because
Sam Darnold as a senior, sophomore, redshirt sophomore in his final season at USC, 63% completion rate, 26 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He's all right. He's never been good in his entire life.
Well, like, what was that, Tim? No? Okay, well.
He said the Pac-12 was stacked.
The Pac-12 was stacked. Yeah, dude, it was tough DBs in the Pac-12 that year, man. You got to cut him some credit. He done with a big pass rush.
Look, 2017 Pac-12 defense. Everybody knows what was going on then.
Solomon Thomas was eaten that year. I mean, come on. You got to.
That's good. That's good knowledge
by
you.
I don't know if your year lines up. I'm looking at Colin Kaepernick's draft combine grades, his strengths. They do grade him. Flashes good accuracy on intermediate routes. Shows enough arm strength to make most NFL throws, they say. How about that? Won't have many passes batted down, can escape and whatnot. I'm trying to get you Sam Darnold's, like, what are his strengths? Did they say, tell you what, he's got a whole lot more strengths listed than Colin Kaepernick did.
Well, of course he does.
Right? Throws with desired anticipation and timing. Okay. Isolates deep ball opportunities pre-snap. There isn't a throw he fears. There's a lot of stuff about arm talent. Trusts his arm in his placement. Naturally accurate, high spirals. Arm talent to uncork it quickly. You just got bodied so bad by Matt Mayoko and like a 5-year-old draft bio on
thrower of the football.
I don't buy it.
I'm all in.
I'm not buying it.
You heard it here. I stand by Matt Mayoko and his stance that
I don't.
Sam Darnold's better than Joe Montana.
I reject it. I reject the stance. No, I guess putting aside my hilarious fury with Matt Mayoko, what does that get you? Let's agree to agree with Matt Mayoko. So where are we with Sam Darnold?
I mean, there's a damn good chance he's your week one starter.
I think there's an extremely good chance.
There's a damn good chance. It's like, to me, it's maybe 50-50, maybe 55-45 that he is.
He's
got the
one?
most experience of anybody on the roster, Trey Lance.
Okay.
I think Trey Lance gets an opportunity.
So you're saying this is envisioning a scenario where Brock is not ready?
Yes. I don't think Brock's going to be ready to start week one.
I tend to agree, yeah.
I'd say they're they just keep saying, week 12 he'll be throwing. I'm like, let's get there, no setbacks. Let's deal with that.
Right.
We're going to take a quick break. We got Giants pregame coming up at 6:15. We will get more into some thoughts on the Warriors. You made a good point earlier. This is going to be a Showtime Laker kind of night tomorrow night.
It's going to be fun, man.
At Crypto.com.
Stars will be out.
Yeah. Danny DeVito, they're going to get like, Jay-Z and Beyonce or something. I don't know. Tolbert and Cope's Matt Kolsky hanging out. The Stars are going to be out tomorrow.
Don't disrespect Zendaya.
I'll tell you what.
Thrower of the football.
Stop it on these sports later.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko joined Pop on One today and defended his comments on Sam Darnold being the most talented thrower of the football the 49ers have ever had. Check out what he had to say. That podcast is trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Thrower of the football.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes, Matt Kolsky hanging out with me this evening. Giants pregame coming up at 6:15. Sean Manaea against Corbin Burns of the Brewers. We will get into pregame in just a few minutes. I spent a lot of time today talking Warriors and the Lakers. Game 3 tomorrow, 5:30. The Celtics and Sixers are playing right now, actually, in Game 3 in Boston. They're at halftime, it looks like, right now, as that game got going at 4:30. We were talking earlier, and you mentioned that this could be like the biggest Showtime type night. This is the stars come out night for the Lakers.
I'm thinking of the entire NBA season. Saturday night, Steph versus LeBron in the playoffs. Yep. Very important game in terms of winning and losing the series.
You're in LA.
In LA. This is, I think, plus Saturday night. This is the game for the stars to be out, I feel like.
It's been kind of cool, by the way, to see Jack Nicholson kind of back out and around, because I was like, are we going to ever see this guy again? He wasn't going to games at the same capacity.
Understandably.
He said no two hairs on his head pointing the same direction. Like, you're just...
Again, understandably. The man is like 84.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing, Jack.
He's earned it.
Yeah, we had DeVito out there yesterday. Had Zendaya. I got to tell you, man. I don't know about Zendaya. And
what do you mean you don't know?
I know she's from here. And I'm not... Hear me out. I look, being from the East Bay and from the Bay Area, everybody loves that where they grew up when... People come out of there and they're stars. It's so cool. One of the coolest things to me is when you find out somebody's from where you're from, the area, or, same part of a town, or you understand the regional stuff that happens just where you're from, and where you can get certain, certain commercials that air in your region, whatever it may be. I thought it was the coolest thing ever when I found out Zendaya was born in Oakland. I was like, man. Oh, nice, dude. She's from Oakland. Sick.
Oakland, CA.
Yeah, but then I think by the time she was 14, she was in Southern California acting school. I think she started her career and started progressing towards that journey pretty ery on in life.
No. I mean, she went to school in Oakland. Maybe
get the WikiFacts.
I guess so maybe high school.
So where'd you go to high school?
In 2015. In 7th grade, she moved to LA.
Okay.
But that's your formative years in Oakland, man. She went to Oakland School for the Arts. She performed at Cal Shakes in Orinda. You know, she's a Bay Area kid.
Sure.
And that hat was not new. I got to credit her for that. She had a Warriors hat that it was not her first time wearing it.
Okay. I'm wondering how many games she went to before the Steph era, is all I'm asking.
Before the Steph era, she was 11 years old.
That's my point. So was I. I wasn't watching Danny Fortson pull down 10 boards? When I wasn't out there for Diagu? I wasn't out there rooting Yuri Welsh on the bench? Come on,
you weren't busy. You weren't busy making appearances on iCarly either, so it's slightly different life.
Derek said I wasn't 11. I was not 11 when Danny Fortson was a Warrior? I'm pretty sure I was.
Zendaya's 26 right now. So,
I've got 8 years on her.
Yeah.
All right, well.
I'm not sure she's old enough to remember Danny Fortson, but she may have very fond memories of AC Law. I don't know.
If she could drop an AC Law, if she dropped an AC Law on me, or she was rocking a Law jersey, I'd be like, oh, no, absolutely. What I won't stand for is repping of a team that all of a sudden is like a global icon, and you didn't care before. And it's the thing when a sports guy joins your team and then wears the hat. KD does that in every city he's in. He's going to D-backs games rocking D-backs hats.
To be fair, he's
a baseball fan, I think.
A long-time White Sox guy. Anyway, I think...
Nats? Go Nats?
Go Nats.
I think he's a DC guy.
He is a DC kid. The White Sox hat, though, is everybody loves the White Sox hat. So I could just call anyone a White Sox fan, really. That's the beauty of being... Anyway. I don't know that now is the time I would jump on people for bandwagon jumping. Like, if Zendaya had showed up for the first time in 2018, I would say this makes more sense.
Well, I'm not on her for bandwagon jumping. I just question. I just have always been like, I never see anything repped by her that way, unless I'm just wrong and off. And
well, I don't know. If I'm quite honest, while I am familiar with her film work, I am not necessarily that in tune with what hats she's rocking in her day-to-day.
Anyway, KNBR, which hats is she rocking in her
What
day-to-day?
hats have you seen Zendaya wear?
Look, I got no beat, and she's a good one to have. If we can claim her as our own, I'd like to.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I'd like to. I'm looking for legitimacy and extra effort here into what goes into all this, because I know Tom Holland's out here rooting for West Ham United or some nonsense. You know what I mean? Wherever.
I swear to God, the guy off camera was explaining basketball to Tom Holland.
No question. He's like, dude, you want to shoot the ball into that hoop? He's like, what happens if you do back here behind this line, man? He's like, you get 3 points? 3 point? Yeah, it's a good try. Yeah, I he's like, think it's rounders. I was like, they have basketball in the UK.
They do.
You'd think they would produce better talent.
Not a lot of it, though.
You'd think they would have more, right? I mean, soccer is just such their dominant. No, I sounded too Aussie there, I know. My English has become more Aussie. I dropped an A on you.
Apparently, I didn't remember this story, but did you know Jordan Poole once asked her out on the internet?
Tough deal. Was he at Michigan when it happened?
I'm looking.
That's a tough deal, man.
No, he was not. He was not.
You got to take your shot.
Oh, here's what it was. Oh, my God. I did not see this.
Jordan Poole and Zendaya have history.
This is the history. This is an incredible Jordan Poole moment. It was actually, do you remember when Klay was dating Laura Harrier?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Laura Harrier is?
No, I don't have any idea.
Okay. Well, this is a long way to go, but essentially, Jordan Poole jumped into the comments of Klay and his actor girlfriend.
Okay.
To say, hey, Zendaya, you want to do a double date?
Nice. Didn't work out.
Hey, he's a shooter, man. Well, it's not always about making every shot. It's about the shots you take. Or something.
Tom Holland's a shooter, a web shooter is what he is. Dude, it's tough to top an Avenger, by the way. You know what I mean? She's dating an Avenger. He's like, well, I play for the Warriors. She's like, yeah, but you're like the fourth guy.
You're a one-time NBA champion. He's like a 7-time Avenger. You know what I mean?
She's like, you missed that shot. She's like, I saw that video with you and Draymond. I don't know if I can. Can you imagine? That's a tough deal, dude.
No.
Tough deal. After he's like, I saw the video. How do you come back from that? That's rough. That's rough. There were a bunch of Niners, by the way, out at the Warrior game last night. Darnold and George Kittle and McCaffrey were all sitting under the hoop.
And that was when I learned that I do not recognize Sam Darnold without a helmet.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. They were all sitting together. Kittle is out at a lot of stuff like this. Like I just said, I don't like when guys.
He's great.
I prefer that type of support where the Bay Area athletes are out there. And afterwards, Klay was up there, like dapped them all up. He was standing there chatting them up for a minute.
Did you notice he dapped up Sam Darnold first?
Is there a connection there?
No, I just thought it was interesting.
No.
That he would have been third on my list in that group.
Yeah, I know McCaffrey and Steph are boys. Steph's a big Panthers guy. They've been friends for a handful of years.
That makes sense. And maybe there's like some sort of Stanford connection there too with McCaffrey.
Being that he was out here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to school when Steph was already here. But that's Darnold. I don't know. How does anyone know Sam Darnold? Maybe Klay and Darnold have a previous connection.
Darnold's rubbing you the wrong way. You
He's not. Have I missed something? I've been alive and watching the NFL for Sam Darnold's whole career. That's all. I have no problem with Sam Darnold. He's a mediocre NFL quarterback. It's great.
I'm not defending him, but the real estate he's taking up in your head over the last hour has been overwhelming. Like I haven't even mentioned him this segment. You've brought him up twice on your own. I was like, I was just like, yeah, there were some Niners there, and
you're right.
They were hanging out. So give me your thoughts on tomorrow's game. On how this one. We talk a lot about pressure, and Tom said it earlier. Steve actually told us that last week. He says, because I asked Steve, like, you've been in these locker rooms so many times with opportunities to close games out, chances to do this. And I think about when Steve went through it with Phil and with Popovich. Now he's done it as a coach. So he's heard those things so many different times about, you know what your job is. You know what you've got to do to take care of handling business. And you also know that messages can get stale or they don't have the same impact, which is why guys like Steph have to speak up in the locker room. But it's also speaks to Steve having these guys buy into him for this long. So we said, what do you have to remind them about in closeout games like that? He said, you have to remind them throughout the series where momentum shifts and where pressure is. That when a team is going home with an opportunity to close out, the pressure's on them. We got to play a little bit more free. Then when we came home for that Friday game 6, he said, we have to remind the guys that the pressure's now on us. It shifts. And game 7, it's no holds barred.
Right.
I don't know that this is a pressure situation, but the Lakers are going home feeling like we got one, which is all we wanted to do, but that's all predicated on handling business ourselves at home, right? So there's a little bit of pressure inherently, I think, in the Lakers going home for Game 3 after losing Game 2 the way they did.
Yeah, I think actually the way they lost Game 2 plays to the Lakers' benefit, because if you're looking for something to be angry about, I mean, that is hopefully at least enough to get you hot to start the game, you know? And I think if you're the Warriors, what's interesting about historically throughout this run, I don't think the Warriors have really been that team that has to have their back against the wall to perform at the highest level. Like most of their title runs, I don't actually think it's been like that. It's more been it takes them a couple games to feel out the scenario, and then when they figure it out, they kind of blitz the team off the court the rest of the way. But this whole season has been defined by it feeling like they only perform their best when their backs are absolutely against the wall. From the very beginning of the year, when it just started weird, all the way down to the end when there were moments in the last week we thought they might end up in the play-in tournament. And certainly it felt like they had the Kings figured out, and then they came home and kind of laid an egg in Game 6. And it feels, again, like they needed their backs against the wall. So the biggest thing for me, quite honestly, in this Game 3 is just to see if the Warriors come out with the same intensity they did in Game 2. Because even though they were losing at the end of the first quarter, it felt like a different level of intent. Draymond, most notably, felt different in Game 2 than in Game 1. In Game 1, it seemed a little bit like they were still in a basketball hangover from Game 7. And with the rest they got last night, there's really no excuse for not coming out tough against the Lakers tomorrow. I want to see a strong start from this team.
5:30 tomorrow, ABC is Game 3. We are at halftime right now of the early game, Celtics and 76ers. There was no injury to Embiid. Did he return? Do we know? Did he come back to the court? He walked off the court in the end, near the end of the first quarter. I didn't see an injury, didn't see a report about it, and we'll see if there's an injury update on any of that. On the other side, Dave checks in on Twitter, says, I think she is a fan, and back on September 1st, 2020, the Warriors tweeted out a couple of photos of Zendaya in Warrior gear at the arena for her birthday. So she has been frequenting games for some time. Good deal.
I mean, if she's at regular season games, I think those are bona fides, right?
Well, she's wearing a playoff T-shirt in one of them, so it's definitely not a regular season game.
Okay,
She's like
all
part
right.
of the group.
We got to figure out when her birthday is.
It's September 1st.
Well, that's definitely. Wait, really?
I'm saying
that's my birthday.
They had two photos, is it? You and Zendaya share a birthday. There you go.
It's a great birthday.
There you go. We'll see if we can get you a win tomorrow.
Wow,
Tolbert and Copes, Matt Kolsky.
Did I just become the world's biggest Zendaya
Giants
fan?
Pregame on the other side on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
The Warriors dominated Game 2 against the Lakers 127-100 with all 5 starters scoring in double digits. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app. All right, wrapping it up here on a Friday evening. Giants and the Brewers coming your way on the other side. Thanks to Tom, Dalton Johnson, Jeremy Affeldt, Marcus Thompson. Thanks to Kolsky, Derek, and Tim. Great job today, fellas. Giants pregame coming up. Giants and the Brewers right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.
Giants baseball tonight from Oracle Park in San Francisco. It's the first game of a 3-game series and the start of a Giants homestand. The Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers. Giants coming off a rugged road trip where they somehow found a way to win a series against the Astros. Very impressive. Trying to get on a roll now. The Giants will give the ball to Sean Manaea, the ace of the Brewers. Corbin Burns, he's on the mound for Milwaukee. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. Giants and Brewers, baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is the 5th of May, or Cinco de Mayo, for all of those who are enjoying the celebration. And we are going to do a special this date in Giants history by going back to 2010, because anything from 2010 is special. When the Giants won their first ever World Series, they had to get there, and they found themselves on May 5th, 2010, down in Miami. At the time, they were calling it Sun Life Stadium. It's not where the Marlins play now. It was the old football stadium the Miami Dolphins had. And Barry Zito had the ball in Miami, and the Giants had a 3-0 lead, and Zito was pitching well. He had a nice start to his 2010 season. He actually went 7 innings. The Giants had a 3-0 lead. Zito only allowed 3 hits, but in the bottom of the 8th, Bruce Bochy let Zito go out, and he gave up 4 consecutive singles to start the inning. So now the lead's down to 3-1 in Florida as the bases loaded with nobody out, and Hanley Ramirez, very dangerous hitter, is up. But here comes the young kid. We didn't even know about him, Sergio Romo. And he struck out Ramirez. And next up was Jorge Cantu. And here's where Sergio began to build his legend.
Bases loaded, 1 out. The 2-strike pitch. Slider. There's a double play ball grounded to short. Uribe has it. The second one. Downs to first. 2, a double play. And the inning is over. And what a job by Sergio Romo. He inherited a bases loaded, nobody out jam, and he came out of it with none of those runners scoring.
Big time, Sergio. And how about Juan Uribe at shortstop starting that double play? So Giants stay ahead 3-1. Now you hand it over to the guy, Fear the Beard, Brian Wilson. The legend was being born. Came in to earn the save in the bottom of the ninth. But, he liked a little torture. Gave up a couple of singles and hit a batter to load the bases. And with one out, Chris Coughlin grounds into a fielder's choice to force in a run. So it's 3-2. 2 outs, tying run at third. But this is where Wilson seemed to be at his best. Take it away, Brian Wilson.
3-2 Giants in the ninth. 2 on, 2 out. Wilson sets. And the 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out and the ball game is over. And in the end, it was the gas at 98 miles an hour, exploding up in the zone. And Helms gave it his best cut and could not make contact. And that is how it ends. Another thriller here in Miami and another win for the Giants.
Brian Wilson building that legend. Didn't have a beard back then on May 5th, 2010. It was just starting. I think later in September is when it really came out. Wilson's 5th save. Zito gets the win, goes to 5-0. And the Giants win in Miami on their road to the World Series on May 5th, 2010. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, Giants back home for a 3-game set with the Milwaukee Brewers. And here to get us ready, down at the ballpark, it's John Miller. What's up, John? How are you?
It's a little drizzly over here, and the tarp is covering the infield.
Oh, we have a tarp.
Yes.
Oh.
So this was not a thing when I got to the ballpark about 2.5 hours ago, but then I checked my Weather Channel app on my iPhone, and it said that there was some rain off and on and whatnot, and then I went to the radar, which I'm a little colorblind, so sometimes I don't read that radar correctly, because I guess it's different colors mean different things. But anyway, and I did talk to Greg Elliott, the head groundskeeper, and he said that it was looked like just some sprinkles and things like that. But now whatever they saw. They must have seen something different because they have the tarp covering the field. Now, whether it's going to be covering the field by 7:15, that's another story. I have no hard information about that.
Okay. Good to know. We've got it out of the way. Tarp's out there, but no official delay as of now. You were down in Mexico City, weren't you, John?
Sí, cómo no.
Oh, fantastic. How was it? Fantastico, huh?
I had a great time down there, and I didn't have to pitch. So maybe
or field, right? On the infield.
That could have been changed the whole feeling about how great a trip it was, and I didn't get sick and none of that stuff because something really went through some sort of a gastrointestinal kind of a thing.
You missed all the bad parts.
So I for me personally, I just had a great experience, and enjoyed every minute of it. But and the games, I enjoyed the games. Even that 16-11 loss last Saturday, not a great result for the Giants, but so much action in the. What I enjoyed was the setting and the crowd, and how much fun they were having, and just how joyous an experience it was in terms of a baseball game. So, and then the next day, just when you thought, well, maybe baseball is, as we know it, just can't exist at 7,350 feet above sea level, and then the next day, the pitchers kind of proved us wrong, especially Alex Cobb, because he pitched a game that it just looked like normal baseball, and I thought it was more impressive than the shutout that he had pitched the start before. But at the same time, it could be that the altitude and the extra that you had to put on breaking balls and splitters and stuff to get the movement that he needed, to get the drop that he needed on that split. Because I think you remember that in his final inning, the trainer came out, the manager came out, and then they came out a second time a little bit later, and I thought that just the fatigue of having to do it that way, and could have had a role in that.
Sure.
So I think it was impressive, and it can be done at that altitude. But the experience itself was great, and it took a long time to get home, and it took a long time with the Giants to get to Houston. So. And I think that their experience, and as well as the Padres, who had similar experiences all the way around with all the travel, I think the baseball will have to learn from the experiences of those two teams about the best way to conduct a series like that in the future.
Yeah, it'd be nice to always be the second group to go. We'll be back with more John Miller from the ballpark right after this.
We are back on Giants pregame. Matt Kolsky in for Tom Tolbert. John Miller is with us. And John, Sean Manaea on the bump tonight. What are the Giants hoping to see from him this evening?
Gabe Kapler talked about that in his show that we recorded earlier. Still to come here on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader. And he says that they're very pleased with the stuff that he's displaying. Good fastball, good carry, changeup, the breaking stuff, all good, and winning kind of stuff. However, and he was kind of gentle the way he said it, but he needs more strikes, and I think that's been a problem for him. I asked Manaea the day after he pitched in Mexico City, Sunday, in the clubhouse, and he was sitting there, and you could see the knee that had been hit with that line drive, 108-mile-an-hour line drive that hit just next to the kneecap, and it was all swollen and whatnot. But all things considered, he was doing really well. And he said that he thought the changeup was going to be the equalizer for him in that start, but he couldn't throw it for a strike. He threw a lot of good ones, but he had a terrible time getting it in the strike zone. So, and I think that's what Kapler's talking about now. The Manaea we remember in the past, who didn't have the same stuff he's got right now, amazingly. He's throwing that fastball sometimes 5-6 miles an hour faster than he used to, and yet his mechanics seem to be out of whack all too often. So, as Kapler says in the show, that he's 75 pitches through 3 innings, so he's not been able to go deeper into a game than just a few innings. So I think that's the Manaea and that kind of command that they need to see tonight, that Manaea needs to see, and I think there's not any feeling that he's not still capable of doing that. So I think that, this season is, the way that he's been used, sometimes as a piggyback with somebody else and long relief, and sometimes starting, and sometimes not pitching for more than he's used to pitching every 5th day. So all these things I think have conspired against him a little bit. So I think this is good to come back after that start in Mexico City now at sea level, and hopefully the weather will not play a role in what happens in this game tonight.
As you mentioned when you came on, and it's been about 6 minutes since our last update, is the tarp still on the field, Joe?
Tarp is still on the field
at
this moment, and but the fans who have arrived early, they're sitting out. They don't have umbrellas. They don't. I think it's
Look
not
out the
raining
window. It
right
doesn't appear
now.
to be raining, right? It just looks cool right now.
So,
a little overcast. So
I think it should be that we'll get the game in, but I'm not a meteorologist, and I don't have any inside info on that. But nobody seemed to be concerned about it when I talked before the game about it.
No, I just saw them on NBC Sports putting on the tarp. So we'll hope it stays dry here to get the game in on time. I wanted to ask you just briefly on the way out here, John. I thought it was smart of Joey Bart. It was really sort of a veteran-type move to call those timeouts the mound visits when Camilo Doval had the pitch clock winding down when they were in Houston. I thought this is kind of an interesting wrinkle. It's sort of like an NFL coach saving his timeouts at the end of a game. If you've got some mound visits and you're giving away a strike or a ball at the end of a game, your catcher can pop up and sort of put an end to that.
Well, especially at the time that he did it, where an automatic ball would have been ball 4.
Right.
With a 2-run lead, the last thing in the world you really can afford to have happen. So, and I remember talking to Joey Bart during spring training about that. We were all trying to get the nuances of what would happen, because the pitcher cannot just call timeout.
Right.
And the only way they can get a timeout in those circumstances are for the catcher to use one of the visits to the mound. And if he calls timeout, in effect, that's what he's done. And you have to have those. And the last one he called, that was the Giants' last mound visit that they had available. So anyway, so it was quick thinking, and I think that's something that they had discussed. And even back in spring training, and he did tell me in spring training, he says, you don't want to do it early in a game. You don't want to start burning those meetings when you may need them late in a game. So this was, a long time ago that he told me all of that. So that had been sort of sitting in the back of his mind all that time, and he used it wisely. Very shrewd moves.
You've got to be a good clock manager now when you're behind the plate.
Yeah.
John, have a great call tonight. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Hope to see you out here at the yard. And the Giants are playing well right now, so good to be home.
All the best, John. Catch you later, man.
Thanks.
Good stuff there. Matt, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by today.
Do you think he used them Brett wisely? I'm sorry. I got to go home.
Matt,
have a great weekend.
That's it for Kolsky. You're taking my Diamond Notes time. Diamond Notes next on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland back with your Diamond Notes. Game 1, Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers coming your way at 7:15 tonight. We'll have it all for you right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Brewers come in at 18-13. Giants coming in at 13-17, but winners of their last 2 against the defending world champion Houston Astros in Houston. This kicks off a 6-game homestand with the first of 3, as I mentioned, against the Brewers. Let's get you today's starting pitchers. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. It's going to be a righty, a tough righty. Former Cy Young Award winner Corbin Burns, 3-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He's coming in today to take on your Giants. Giants have hit righties much better than they have hit lefties this year. The same can be said for the Brewers against left-handed pitching, and that's where Sean Manaea comes in. He's your starter today for the Giants, 0-1 with a 7.85 ERA. He got knocked around in that start against the Padres last weekend in Mexico City. Sean Miller was just talking about, caught that line drive off the leg. Also should note, though, the Brewers only have a 605 OPS against lefties this season. That's the worst in the majors against left-handed pitching. So could bode well for Manaea today. Time now to take a look at today's X Factor, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just call 1-800-GAMBLER. X Factor today is going to be the big left-handed bat, Jock Peterson. He's in there hitting cleanup. At designated hitter, he's feasted on Milwaukee Brewers pitching throughout his career. We saw that last year. Remember the guy was razzing him right behind home plate, and he hit that tank home run, then pointed at the Brewers fan. He has 13 homers against the Brewers. That's the most against a non-NL West opponent. And his 954 OPS is the best against teams that he's faced at least 15 times. He owns the Milwaukee Brewers. More Diamond Notes and you're around the town scoreboard, out of town scoreboard right after this. Adam Copeland back here with more Diamond Notes. Time now to take a look at Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, voted best in the Silicon Valley and a Lennox Premier dealer. Giants leadoff hitters are hot, primarily Lamont Wade Jr. Check this out. Giants have received great production from their leadoff spot. They've got a 964 OPS from the leadoff spot in 2023. That's second in all of baseball. Lamont Wade's got a 463 on-base percentage in the leadoff spot as a leadoff hitter. That's the best in all of baseball, and his OPS of 1,037 is second behind only Yandy Diaz of the Tampa Bay Rays. Overall, his 21.7 walk rate is second in all of baseball. He is not swinging the balls out of the zone. He's been putting together some really, really good at-bats, and he's back in the leadoff spot tonight against Corbin Burns. All right, let's go places right now with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. A handful of games are already going on across the league, and if you're headed out to the ballpark tonight, we just talked to John Miller. They did. There's some drizzle going on out there, and they've put the tarp on the infield. But the forecast, at least, we don't have official word on a delay yet, and we were expecting some rain tonight. We'll see if it holds off any of this game. Anyway, you're out of town scoreboard here. Red Sox are taking on the Phillies. It's 5-3, end of the 8th inning in Philadelphia. You've got the Orioles playing the Braves in Atlanta. Orioles are up 9-1 on the Braves. The A's have put up 9 runs on the Kansas City Royals. They're in Kansas City. It's 9-2 in the middle of the 5th in favor of the A's. Tigers are trailing the Cardinals, top of the 6th inning from St. Louis, Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Montgomery still in the game there for the Cardinals. They're up 3-2, as I mentioned, on the Tigers. Rangers and Angels are in the top of the 1st. Tyler Anderson has the ball. I wonder if Tom made it down there. Tom said he might try to get to that Rangers-Angels game tonight at the Big A. Top of the 1st, scoreless there. Nationals, D-backs are scoreless in the top of the 1st from Arizona. Dodgers-Padres are scoreless in the top of the 1st from San Diego. Giants and the Brewers get going at 7:15. Handful of games have already wrapped up. Oh, still one to come. Astros at the Mariners at 7:10. Marlins lost to the Cubs 4-1. That was the early game. Blue Jays and Pirates. That's a fun series this weekend as the Pirates are 20-13. Blue Jays now 19-14. Blue Jays 4-0 over the Bucks. White Sox on top of the Reds 5-4. Yankees lose to the Rays 5-4 in Tampa. Rockies lose to the Mets 1-0 in New York at Citi Field, and the Guardians drop one to the Twins. The Twins now 19-14. And the Guardians lost that game. By the way, we do have official word now, delay on this game. First pitch now, 7:20 for the Giants and the Brewers. That's going to do it for your Diamond Notes. Around the Park is next, right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, it's Around the Park, the Crew Can Kype, and we're going to talk about adversity, about staying positive in a tough road trip, and that's what the Giants did, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Hey, it's Around the Park with Kruk and Kipe as Giants are back after Mexico City for 2, Houston for 3. Mike and I were not there, but we watched diligently. And good thing that came out of that road trip is if you're going to win 2 games, make sure it's the last 2.
Yeah, that's always important.
And the pitching was great. They did a great job, even though, come to find out, after the game from Logan Webb, who spilled the beans, half the team was sick.
80%.
80% of the team was sick, and they managed to squeeze out 2 wins against the world champs. So I'm glad they're back, and they come back with a 2-game winning streak.
Well, Gabe Kapler in our discussion before the series, which you always have, and he's really candid. He opens up, and one of the things that he said that and he always looks for the positive, but he said that he and Alyssa Nacken, they touch base just about every day, and so he said to her on the plane when they were coming out of Houston, heading back to San Francisco, so how do you think the clubhouse is in your eyes? What do you see? And she said, this team went through illness where 80% of these guys were banged up. And we all know the illness that you can get crossing the border. Well, they had it. And she said, when you go through something like that together, it can bond you together. She says, if anything, I think this team got stronger because of it. And for them to show what they did the last 2 days of the road trip in Houston, which is a tough place to win, let alone coming from Mexico, let alone having 80% of your team sick, they beat the defending world champs. And they shut them down with their arms. Yeah. And none of that, but they beat Valdez, their best pitcher, on getaway day.
Yep.
And so she was just going on and extolling the virtues of going through it together as a team. And Gabe was thrilled because he said, you know what, I felt the same way.
I don't know about you, but when our kids were all in the house and, you had 5 running around, it was better if everybody was sick rather than just 2 or 3.
When the flu was going around, we'd pass the gum. Here, chew it, and then you give it to him, and you chew it, and then you give it to her, and she'll chew it.
The only one that you kind of wanted to stay healthy would be Mom. And
Yeah.
the mom on a baseball team is the manager.
Yeah,
So, and I
and
think
the trainer.
And I think Gabe survived. So it's good to have him back.
But the point about going through adversity, if you stay positive through it and you don't get negative about it, you come through the other side stronger. And it's just another glowing example of what you and I believe in to the core, and we've seen it over the years. One person can turn the attitude of a team. But when everybody stays on board and you get through it, you're stronger because of it.
Yeah. So, look, I'm sure that plane ride home was a relief just to get past this road trip, get it off the calendar. And now you can concentrate on playing, a really good team tonight with the Brewers, and the Nationals come in on Monday. So I'm glad they're back.
Talked to Brad Grimm's, the Giants clubby, and he said that, this was a tough road trip. He says, we saw a lot of sunrises because of all the work we had to do. So I said, well, you get back in town on Wednesday night and you had an off day yesterday. Did you sleep in? He goes, yeah. I got up at 5 in the afternoon yesterday. So I said, well, you're good to go then.
Well, we're glad to have Dave back, too. Dave, did you grind this one out, Dave? Yeah, he said yes.
Yeah, Dave is happy to be back in the States.
Yeah.
That's Around the Park with the Kruk and Kipe. Enjoy the ballgame.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
High drive to left. Gone!
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
The Giants are back home, having taken a series in Houston against the defending World Series champion Astros. Pretty good. I'm John Miller with today's cap with the skipper of the Giants. And after Logan Webb's superb performance on Wednesday, he was sort of filling in the assembled media about some of the things that was kind of attacking the gastrointestinal systems of he and his teammates. So the Giants did go through quite a bit on that trip to Houston and before that Mexico City. So tell us about that. How's everybody doing right now?
I think everybody's doing really well. And the only guy that is still dealing with the stomach virus, I guess Mitch Haniger is still a little bit, but Jacob Junis is still struggling with it. He told me earlier today that he was feeling better overall, but he's still kind of twisting and turning in his stomach, and it's just harder for him to keep food down. So that's something that we're going to be monitoring. I'm not sure if Junis is going to be available for the game or not tonight, but we'll check in with him once things have settled and see if he's available to give us a couple of innings.
Now, some of the things that your team has been through, you've been through some long cross-country road trips and then international road trip this past week. And what about the group together, coming together on these kind of trips? Is there an aspect of bonding for a ball club when you go through all of these kind of things together?
I think so. Look, like these are things that can like break clubs up. But if you think about it, everybody was kind of sick together. The core of the clubhouse had that stomach virus or bacteria, whatever we're calling it, together, and we all had to deal with the stressful travel of getting to Mexico City late at night, going through customs, taking several hours to do that, and then a long bus ride to the hotel, having to leave Mexico City, sitting on the runway for a while, finally getting to Houston. You know, we did all of that together. And when you go through challenges together like that and you're thinking about it the right way, you can really come together as a group. I think that may have happened for us on this trip.
All right, so and to go into Houston against that team, and the Astros are a little banged up themselves right now, but pretty impressive in that ballpark, because that's a pretty good ballpark to hit in, and they got some guys who can reach those fences. And all three of your starters in that series all did extremely well.
I thought so. I mean, anytime you're facing a lineup like that with Yordan Alvarez in the middle, Mike and Tucker in the middle, you know, Alex Bregman at the top of a lineup, and you've got pitchers like Valdez going on the mound, and the toughness of their bullpen. And one way to think about how tough their bullpen really is Hector Neris, when I was with Philadelphia, was our closer. He was sitting right in the middle leverage part of their bullpen. It's a really tough bullpen. So, and they're the defending champs. They're going to have a great crowd and be very confident. And you take 2 out of 3 from them in that series, and you come home with a little bit of momentum. You can't quite complain.
The Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers begin a 3-game series. We'll talk about that when today's cap continues. Now more Cap with the Giants manager. And tonight the Giants get right into it with a very tough Milwaukee ball club and a guy who was the Cy Young winner 2 years ago, Corbin Burns. It seemed like the Giants faced him every time you faced the Brewers last year. I don't know how you could face one guy so many times. You only played them 6 times the whole season. But anyway, Corbin Burns, and the Giants won 2 of the 3 games he pitched against him last year. But he has shown himself to be one of the very best pitchers in the game.
Yeah, it's a tough draw. You know, you're absolutely right. He's a Cy Young contender every year, and he's just kind of neutral. Like we're set up, the Giants. We're set up to be a platoon kind of team, right? So you're gonna see us throw all our lefties out there against a tough right-hander, and all of our righties out there against a tough left-hander. The problem with Burns is he beats everybody. So he's got that cutter that he can beat left-handed hitters with. He can throw a sinker at you. He's got off-speed weapons, throws really hard. He gets in the zone. He stays in the zone. So you're usually hitting in when he has the count leverage, which is always an advantage to the pitcher. He just does all of those things well, so we have our work cut out for us today. But no time to complain about it. We got to go out there and do a good job against them. As you mentioned, we've done a good job in the past, and we'll look to do that again today.
And Sean Manaea goes for the Giants. And where is Sean right now? Because it's been a difficult time for him to get some traction and be the Sean Manaea that we remember seeing for all these years.
Yeah, he's not off to the best start, but one thing we know about Sean is his stuff is fully intact. He's throwing hard. His off-speed weapons are good. We really like the changeup right now. And he had a nice spring training for us. We know it's not far off, and one thing that we're looking for with Sean is to get to that count leverage. Just get in the zone, stay in the zone, allow your defense to do some work for you so you can pitch a little bit deeper into games. One challenge that Sean has had thus far is, it's been 75 pitches through three innings and change, and it's always difficult to go deeper into the game like Logan did if you're that inefficient. So we believe in Sean. He's a fantastic member of our clubhouse. His athleticism and his talent and his toughness, which he showed in Mexico City, taking that line drive off the kneecap and staying in the game fully intact. And we just want to see it all come together for him and for us.
All right, so here we go. The Giants and the Brewers, Game 1 is next. The Giants are home. Welcome to Oracle Park in downtown San Francisco, where this evening the Giants play host to the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm John Miller with Dave Fleming, bidding you welcome to another Giants ball game. And the Giants, who won the series against the defending World Series champion Astros in Houston, even though they lost game 1 of that series, come in having won 7 of their last 11 games. And it will be Sean Manaea who gets the start. He'll be up against the ace right-hander of the Brewers, Corbin Burns, who won the National League Cy Young Award just a couple of years ago. Cal Stevenson will make his first start here in San Francisco for the Giants. The rookie who was brought up from Sacramento while the team was on the road and had a pretty nice first game while in Houston. Stay tuned now. Dave Fleming will come back. And by the way, no rain here. We had the tarp that covered the infield maybe an hour or so ago, but the field is uncovered. It's ready for baseball, and should be no issue regarding the rain as we are about to get started. Dave will come back with the anthem and then the lineups for the Giants and the Brewers next.
Back here in San Francisco, Giants and the Brewers, just a few moments ago, our national anthem.
Performing the Star-Spangled Banner, please welcome lead vocalist of the Latin rock group Malo, Paul Benavides.
Whoa, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
Okay, with some spirit, the Star Spangled Banner here on this cool overcast. And we'll see. John was just talking about it. Could be a wet night at Oracle Park. Hope not. The tarp is off the field. The players are getting ready to go. We are going to officially have a rain delay because we're not going to start quite on time. The tarp was on the field, and so by the time they pulled it off and got everything prepared, they just announced a 5-minute delay. So we're going to start here in about 6 or 7 minutes. Gives us plenty of time for the starting lineups and much more time now for those starting lineups, sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com. And we'll start with Milwaukee. The Brewers got off to such a great start. They have calmed down a little bit, and it's been a rougher week for them. Part of that is injuries. They've gone through something similar to what the Giants have gone through, where one guy gets healthy and back, and then they lose another player, and not necessarily always to the injured list. Anyway, the Brewers still having a fine start to the year. They're 18-13, 5 games over 500, a game and a half back at the start of the night in the National League Central. William Contreras, not Wilson, William, his younger brother, part of that big deal in the offseason, 3-team trade that ultimately sent Sean Murphy, the catcher from the A's, to the Atlanta Braves. William Contreras, he was an all-star with the Braves last year, and now he's the everyday or primary catcher at least for the Brewers. He's the DH, though, in this game tonight, hitting leadoff. Owen Miller, the second baseman, bats second. Willie Adames, the shortstop for the Brewers, hitting third. Christian Yelich in left field. He bats cleanup. Brian Anderson, third baseman, hitting fifth. Luke Voigt is at first base. He bats sixth. Victor Caratini doing the catching, hitting seventh. Tyrone Taylor is in right field. He'll bat eighth. And Joey Wiemer, rookie, who's off to a nice start in his big league career. He bats ninth for the Brewers. The Brewers starter is Corbin Burns. Feels a little cruel considering last year because of the quirk in the schedule. First series of the year, first trip of the year for the Giants was dispersed throughout the rest of the schedule, and so they had makeup games against Milwaukee, and it turned out the Giants had to face Corbin Burns 3 times. They only played the Brewers 6 times, and now their first game against Milwaukee here in 2023, and who's on the mound? None other than Corbin Burns, who isn't quite pitching as well as we're used to seeing, although still very good and very tough. But Burns, he's made 6 starts this year. He's 3-1. His earned run average is 4.01. And in 33 2/3 innings, it's not like it's a embarrassing number, but 27 strikeouts in nearly 34 innings. We're used to seeing way more than a strikeout per inning from Corbin Burns. So it's not quite been the same kind of stuff from him here so far this year. We'll see how he does tonight against the Giants, who have this lineup. Giants have Lamont Wade Jr. has been arguably the best leadoff hitter in the game. He's certainly been one of them. The first baseman hitting in that top spot in the order once again. Thairo Estrada, shortstop, bats second. J.D. Davis, he's at third base. J.D. hitting third. Jock Peterson, the DH, and the cleanup hitter. Mitch Haniger in left field hitting sixth. Michael Conforto, the right fielder, and Haniger's bats fifth. Conforto hits sixth. In right field, Joey Bart doing the catching, hitting seventh. Brett Wisely will get the start at second base and hit eighth. And Cal Stevenson will play for the first time in a home Giants uniform, made his Giants debut in Houston. Stevenson will bat ninth. He's in center field. Giants going for defense here tonight, and I think it was a formula that looked pretty good in Houston. The Giants pitched and defended so well against the Astros, and they won 2 of 3 against the defending world champs, even though the Giants were really a beat-up and tired team coming off the trip to Mexico City. So I think that's the theory for Gabe Kapler here tonight. Facing a really tough pitcher and a really good run prevention team. Get your best defense out there, and that's what the Giants are doing at the start of the game. So those are your starting lineups. The umpires for this one, Chris Guccione is the home plate umpire. He's also the crew chief. David Rackley at first, Jeremy Riggs at second, and Edwin Moscoso, the umpire, along the third base line. Those umpires are making their way out onto the field as we speak. So the managers now, Gabe Kapler, Craig Counsell, are going to come out and exchange lineup cards around home plate. That gives us time to remind you this copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants. So those are your umpires. Since we have an extra few minutes, How about a quick spin around our Toyota out-of-town scoreboard? Lots of games have already gone final on this Friday. Games on the East Coast. Some just getting started, although this one will officially be the final game to get going of the night in the big leagues. Final scores from earlier today. The Blue Jays went to Pittsburgh and shut out the Pirates. So the Pirates have cooled off just a little bit. You figure that was inevitable. 4-0 the final. Chris Bassett pitched much better, so he started to get his season turned around. Bassett pitching for the Blue Jays got his 4th win. 4-0 final for Toronto. The Marlins lost in Chicago at Wrigley against the Cubs. 4-1 was the final there. Justin Steele, another great performance. Man, what a year he's having. He's 5-0, and his earned run average is 1.45. He's become an ace for the Cubs here in the early season. 4-1 final Cubs. Back to 516-16. White Sox got a much-needed win in Cincinnati against the Reds. Lance Lynn over Hunter Green. 5-4 was the final there. Rays beat the Yankees 5-4 in Tampa. The Yankees, who are playing shorthanded right now, they hung in there, made it a close game against the team with the best record in the big leagues, but the Rays win. Tampa Bay is 27-6. Pretty remarkable how well the Rays are playing. Red Sox got another win. The Red Sox have caught fire. They beat the Phillies in Philly 5-3. They took down Zach Wheeler, one of the aces of the Phillies. Chris Sale got the win, even though his earned run average is still over 6. He had 10 strikeouts tonight for the Red Sox in that one. And Kenley Jansen was throwing really hard. We were paying attention to the end of that game. Jansen got his 7th save of the year for the Red Sox. How about the Mets over the Rockies? Colorado coming off their great series against the Brewers. Rockies flew to New York to take on the Mets, and they lost 1-0. The Mets got 1 run, and that was enough. Brandon Nimmo with a home run. That was the difference in the game. Kodai Senga is now 4-1. That's his best performance of the year for the Mets. Twins, another low-scoring game in Cleveland, beat the Guardians 2-0. The final score there. Each team only had 3 hits. 2-0 final. Twins are 19-14. Minnesota's had a nice beginning to their year. We're going to see the Twins later in this month of May. Twins are the first-place team in the National League Central. The Orioles and the Braves, 9-4. Baltimore got the win in Atlanta, so the Braves have been so good. But the Orioles on the road took down the Braves. Dean Kramer got the win. He is now 3-1. Games in progress right now. Athletics and Royals 9-5. The A's are leading in the bottom of the 7th. The A's, that would be just their 7th win of the year. The Tigers over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 7th. That's been a back-and-forth game. The Cardinals are really struggling, and now the Tigers are back ahead 5-3. Rangers 1, Angels 0 in the top of the 3rd in Anaheim. Nationals and the Diamondbacks 1-0. Nationals leading top of the 3rd in Arizona. They'll be here, of course, after they finish that series in the desert. And the Dodgers and the Padres playing tonight down in San Diego. You know what that feels like in that ballpark, and it's Kershaw against Darvish. So far, 1-0 Dodgers, bottom 3 at Petco Park. Astros and the Mariners underway scoreless, bottom of the 1st in Seattle. So that's our Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Toyota, let's go places, and we'll keep you posted on those games in progress throughout our broadcast tonight. All right, here we go. Just a slight delay. Ready to go. Giants in the field for the first pitch. Here's John Miller.
All right, Dave, thank you. And Manaea, the big left-hander, fires just barely off the inside corner, according to Chris Guccione, which, if that's an actual indication of his zone, it's going to be a very narrow zone. Contreras, right-handed hitter, now big swing and a miss. That was a sinker right on the outside corner. And so it is 1 ball and 1 strike now. Here's Manaea, the kick, the pitch, and a slider, and that's too high. First pitch was thrown at 7:20. I would say that should be a 5-minute rain delay. That's why we had a little bit of a late start. Now the pitch. There's a liner into right field deep, going back and forth. It sails over his head and hits right at the base of the wall beneath the 365 marker. The carom is played by Conforto, who fires into second, and Contreras dives in just ahead of the tag by Tyro Estrada. It's a double. Well, William Contreras, 25-year-old DH. He's a guy who was one of the primary catchers for Atlanta last year and had an excellent year with the bat, and he has been hot here lately. leading the Brewers in on-base percentage. He's been getting a lot more walks than in the past. So he starts it off with a double, and here is Owen Miller. And the pitch is very high and outside with a slider, ball one. So he's thrown a couple of those sliders, and he's missed badly each time. Manaea pitches, and that fastball is off the outside, down at the knees, 2-0. First pitch at 7:20, 55 degrees, the game time temperature. The time and temp are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. 2-0 pitch, fouled back to the screen by Miller. Owen Miller, out of Illinois State University, originally drafted by the Padres. We saw him early last season when he was a member of the Cleveland Guardians on the Giants' first road trip of the year, and he was hitting extremely well at that time. 2-1 pitch, swing, ground ball, foul right past the Milwaukee third base coach, Jason Lane. The Giants' defensive alignment is sponsored by Stevens Creek Toyota, the obvious choice. Manaea pitching. The catcher is Joey Bart. An infield of Wade, Wisely, Estrada, and Davis from first to third. Haniger in left, Stevenson center, Conforto in right, as the ball is fouled off to the right by Miller. Back into the second deck. 2-2 the count. Back home here at Oracle Park, 339 feet down the left field line, but only 309 to right with the 24-foot high wall. 382 to left center, 391 to straightaway center. Now a line drive up the middle, base hit center field. Coming to third and stopping there is Contreras. So Manaea is immediately in trouble here, and he was not able to put Miller away, who then lined one right past Manaea, who shot the glove out to his right and just missed catching it. So here comes Willie Adames. Adames, power hitting shortstop. He's already got 5 home runs for the year. Now, out in front of home plate is catcher Joey Bart, flashing some signs to the infielders as to how manager Gabe Kapler wants them to position themselves here. The shortstop comes in, not all the way in, but in considerably from double play depth toward the infield grass as Manaea throws a called strike. 0-1 the count to Willie Adames, very dangerous right-handed hitter. Manaea pitches, swing and a miss, strike 2. And he changed up on him there. That was a beauty. 0-2 the